The world we used to think we knew is constantly exposing woo. Our possibilities come true. So what we do is call out to the good guys, good guys. Witches, widows, MAGA, mystics, entertaining cunning linguists, good guys. The forum of the quorum needs a secretive society to advance our philosophies intentionally, magically, good guys. Conspiracy, sex, culture, making it's okay to change your thinking, good guys. Good guys, good guys, good guys. The world we used to think we knew is constantly exposing woo. Our possibilities come true. So what we do is call out to the good guys, good guys. Witches, widows, MAGA, mystics, entertaining cunning linguists, good guys. The forum of the quorum needs a secretive society to advance our philosophies intentionally, magically, good guys. Conspiracy, sex, culture, making it's okay to change your thinking, good guys. Good guys, good guys, good guys.
Up, big up, big up. Happy Friday night and welcome to another episode of the Secret Society of Good Guys. As always, we are your good guys. And I just noticed, I'm like, oh shit, our names aren't on the stage again. I need to figure out how that happens. I was going to be like, follow everyone on the stage. Hi,
if you
good
can
guys.
figure out who we are.
Yeah, if you can figure out who the hell we are. I'm like, there's always something amiss. I always get off this from last time we were on, and then I'm like, oh shit, this is the same problem that existed last time I was in this room. Anyways, hi. And Alan Marcus is here hanging out from TED Talks. Uncle Ted Talks.
Uncle Ted Talks. I think I said Ted Head in my subtitle tonight.
Oh, yeah, Howard, it totally is kind of a post-eugenics panel.
Yeah, well, and actually, before we even get into that, since we're talking Uncle Ted Talks,
yeah,
I want to get your honest opinion on this.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing that I should ever get from you. Wasn't Ted Kaczynski just a loser that called his mom for money like every week, and he was mooching off of his parents his entire life? And people usually cite him as like, he went off and lived off the grid and he was, out in the middle of the wilderness. Like, wow, he was really living like a true survivor. Like, he wasn't surviving anything. He was calling mommy every other week, mommy, please send me more money, right? That was his entire life.
That's one way of looking at it. So you'd have to say that he entered a higher education with adults at an early level, didn't really have a childhood, maybe went off to his own Never Land and, maintained that sort of Peter Pan syndrome.
Right, but objectively, he was calling mommy every other week for money. Like, he was not surviving in the wilderness by himself. He was surviving off of mommy and his brother.
Like, he wasn't like some like naked and afraid guy that would have won.
That usually gets conflated, where it's like he was anti-technology, true, but also, I mean, one of the things that he got criticized for in that MK Ultra program that totally messed with his head was he was kind of just repeating other people's dystopian distrust of technology, because he was young and it was like a new idea to him and it was novel, and he kept going to like this professor and telling him like, yeah, I read this and here's what I think about it. And for, I don't know, it was like over a year, the professor's just like, interesting, okay, yeah, no, that's cool, yeah, keep going. And then at the very end of it, after multiple years, finally, they're like, all right, Ted, we're going to tell you what we think about everything that we've been talking about for the last couple years. And he's like, oh, man, I can't wait. You've been such a great mentor to me. And they're like, we think you're a fucking idiot. We think that there's really no hope for you. Every idea you've ever come up with is like a pure imbecile. Like, you should be embarrassed that this is the type of things that you're interested in. Like, just pack it up. Like, you're an idiot and you're never going to get better. And they weren't actually being honest with him. That was just the experiment, was how does somebody deal with having their dreams crushed, and he just happened to be the guy, and he takes that and he moves out into the middle of the woods and he goes crazy, but he's living off mom the entire time.
And I think that's why we're talking about him today. He's made the example of.
Dude, if there was Reddit back then, he'd be a Reddit mod. Even though he hated technology, I feel like he would be a mod of like 3 or 4 subreddits, and I'm being generous. In that he'd probably be a mod of like 20 or 30 subreddits.
Indeed, I don't know if he's somewhere in a rainbow spectrum of different colors and orientations and things. Where exactly he sits, and a lot of people want to represent him as knowing him and having exchanged letters with him. But he was a very probably complex guy, kind of had a really different, rich inner life that we'll never really see. And over the course of his writing, I think that changed over time as he was moving on to different projects. But now he's remembered as the guy in the cabin for all time. So when we call ourselves Uncle Ted Talks, it might be sort of an empathetic sort of understanding that we live in this really strange world where we want to maybe escape to a cabin, reject all forms of technology while using the technology to talk about that. So acknowledging the sort of what would be the word there, where we're using the very technology that we're tongue-in-cheek saying is a terrible thing. Like the industrial civilization gave us a lot of benefits, including the transistor radio and the factory line and all the conveniences we have, to then spend hours and hours using the internet to stream memes and jokes.
I feel like Ted got wrapped up in what you could like classify now as critical theory, where it was complain about all the problems and don't come up with any solutions to replace them. Just complain. And if you complain enough, then someone else will fix the problem for you. I think that he was kind of like, but his version of complaint was a little bit more violent than most people's version of complaining.
Some parts of it, I wonder how much was him and how much was just put on him. Because I have this like serial killer CIA patsy thing where they're like, we have all these messy murders. Can we just sweep them all up and blame them on this guy? And that's just what I kind of feel like a little bit, where he could have been destroying a bunch of things, but then how many records were destroyed that were just blamed on him? And so sometimes I wonder that as well.
Well, he absolutely changed. Like he personally changed the security level of mail. Like that. Like that's the one thing for sure that like policy changed almost overnight. Where like things have to be inspected and goes and get scanned. So if you want to send your friend a care package from California to somewhere else, like he's the guy that ruined it ultimately. So I mean that version of it is the kind of funny because it ended up resulting in even more technology in our lives because they had to add technology to scan for his technology, even though he was trying to make a point of like abandon all technology, but it was like the exact opposite happened. And that was always going to happen that way. There was no way. It would be like saying, let's limit plastics. Like we're still at the very beginning of the little slope that's like skyrocketing upwards. It's almost the exact same slope as like the U.S. debt. When you see, it's like, it originally looked like it would kind of like have little bumps and you chip away at it and kind of like trying to work it back down. But now it just looks like it's on a trajectory, like a rocket's about to take off, and we're just at the very beginning of it.
He might have been a canary in the coal mine, sort of an early sort of warning, kind of explaining how, due to his own experience of having more curiosity, more education, and then going into a university system earlier than he was able to socially accept in the adult thing. So he's still a teenager, hasn't
like
gone through
14,
puberty.
right? He's 14
Yes,
or 15.
his frontal lobe not fully developing. He's being influenced by the professors and getting kind of turned on that. But I, in my own mind, currently see Ted as sort of a folk figure. I wouldn't say hero or villain. I would just say a folk figure that becomes kind of a signifier for an idea that is now reduced to its basic form of he was a violent guy who caused destruction, and that is either good or bad.
I'm okay calling him a villain. If we need someone on the panel to say that Ted Kaczynski was a villain, and yeah, absolutely. Like you're allowed to have accurate observations about our shared reality and then still also be a villain. You know, like Lex Luthor makes some of the best points in the entire like Superman universe, but he's still a bad guy ultimately.
Could we call him an anti-hero instead?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely he is.
real quick, I just want to tell everyone that Abbie has the night off tonight, and she is out partying it
She
up.
put in her PTO, but she doesn't have any PTO with
She has no
with Secret
PTO
Society
left.
after this.
So I mean, she's
Not
just
getting
not getting
approved.
paid for the night, but that's on her. Layla, and she'll probably would come on and tell you guys this. And if she were on her way home, obviously Layla could always call in too. She doesn't have to be on video, but Layla's still at work and she is not happy about it. She is not happy. So anyways, you guys, just so you know, Layla may or may not show up, but she might just be burnt after she gets home. But Abbie does have the night off. And yeah, and I got the names on the screen, so you can follow everyone on the stage.
Oh, nice. Hey, related tangent too. Just coincidentally, I was able to go inside the actual cabin, like Ted's cabin, because they had an exhibit at this place called the Museum in downtown DC. Hell, 10 years ago, maybe more than that. And for like a short moment in time, they had that, and they had like a 9/11 exhibit that had chunks of concrete, and they had one of the passport, and it was actually wild because the exhibit that had one of the 9/11 passports, like unscathed ones, was like the exact, like if you just turned your back, there's Ted K's cabin, and Ted K's cabin, it just looks almost about the size as one of those little temporary outdoor like sheds you can buy at Home Depot on the way in, maybe a little bit taller, like maybe double the height. But the actual dimensions of this thing, bro, like if I just stuck my arms out and spun around, like that's as much space that you got in this thing. And I don't know, it felt a little fabricated, but also it was in the middle of like this huge museum, and it was like well lit and everything. So it was kind of surreal. I don't know if you ever seen any of
inside the cabin.
What's that?
Did you step inside the cabin?
I was able to go inside of it, but I couldn't step inside it because they had like a little rope off area. But you can bet that I stuck as much of my body leaning over into it so that I could say I was inside of Ted K's cabin.
Did it feel interdimensional or energetically different?
I didn't have my energetically different, antenna on at that time. I was still like gobsmacked at seeing the 9/11 passport. I didn't realize that thing was going to be. It was like a one of the coolest museums I've ever been to. They had like a little interactive show about this lady that went undercover into an insane asylum and was like one of the first female investigative reporters in American history and stuff. Like they were dropping some actual knowledge, and I think it lasted for 3 years and then it went under.
Yeah, and I like the idea of Ted being preserved as a folk figure throughout history, sort of like a Paul Bunyan figure. It's like who are the other modern figures that are going to be remembered?
I agree, dude. One of my favorite takes when I was getting into conspiracy theories early and trying to figure out how do I not become schizophrenic in the process, because I see it happen to far too many people. You know what I mean? Like you have to have some kind of protection, and that was one of my versions, was to look at conspiracy theory as the closest we're going to get to mythology. Because if someone came around and they tried to talk about like a new god, a new Baal, or like a new Jesus, it's like, I don't know, man. It's either blasphemous or I've heard this story a million times before. You're just kind of LARPing too hard. But when like conspiracy theories form, it's not a LARP. It's like you're drawing off of the worst or the best possible scenarios, but they are possible. And that kind of represents the most amount of power that we can relate to. And that's sort of what mythology is. Mythology is a representation of like this surreal amount of power, and you don't really understand if someone were to wield that power, like what could the effects be of wielding all the power in the world. And it used to be like Zeus throwing lightning bolts and causing lightning, and like as we whittle away, like, well, technically there's a more boring explanation for that. You're kind of left with like, was the JFK assassination a particle or a wave, right? Like those are like the new mythology. And anyways, I think that helps keep me sane, but also that might sound insane.
That does help.
I won't let it, when I have friends that are like getting into conspiracy, it's like being in here long enough, you kind of see when everyone gets to the party. And so you can kind of see how wasted they are or smelling their own farts, because that happens too. People, because sometimes people, when they're learning the conspiracies, they're so excited, but then it's like oh, everything's kind of there's already an expert on the thing. Let me make my own conspiracy up. And it's just, it becomes like a little cult of conspiracy, like a cult of personality, but it's this whole little like fringe of fringe. But I don't mind. I'm like, okay, go there. But when I have friends that are just getting into it, I really try to hold them back from Gematria, of even knowing about it, as long as I can, because I feel like if there's like an island of Gematria, other people, or an island of crazy, like you might have to swim to the crazy, you might have to take a canoe to crazy, but Gematria might be a little short bridge to crazy, a little rocket pack to crazy, that I'm like, you have to understand it.
And you know what too though, with Gematria, like and this is my skeptic hat, like this is my tinfoil hat off and skeptic hat on, but it's like, if you understand different base number systems, like if you understand hexadecimal versus a binary system versus a decimal system and the limitations of all those, and you're still interested in Gematria, then I'm on board. Like I'm interested in what you got to say. But if you like flunked every math class, conventional math class ever, had no interest in algebra, linear, nonlinear, no interest in trigonometry or anything, and then all of a sudden now you're interested in numbers because you can make, Satan and Trump both equal the same thing in some random cipher. Like I'm not going to discount it. I'm not a gatekeeper, but I feel like I would have less interest in your findings unless you're like, hey, me, the guy that like was already good at math, and I know the limitations of a base 10 number system, that you're going to inevitably have all sorts of patterns across the board. And like, nonetheless, here's an interesting pattern. Like that would just have like 100 times the weight as, anyone. I'm like, I remember you in school. Like you weren't paying attention during any of those classes. You're not allowed to all of a sudden be finding like new patterns in the number system that no one's uncovered yet.
That is an interesting way to think about it, instead of it just being like some random thing that feels good to me. Like I'm just looking for, I want Donald Trump to fit this thing. Donald James Trump, DJT, President Trump, President Donald James Trump, President Trump. Yeah, like it's like, I need this to fit. Let me find the right number of the thing to make it fit. But if you were somebody that you actually knew formulas and you actually knew patterns of like those people that pull like, is it semantics or semantics? Yeah, like where they can pull those kind of things up. Let me add this.
We should have like a little just like live cymatic dish to always stream, like Bernie used to do with his little experiments.
I'm into that.
Isn't this image like a felony right now? Can't we all actually get in trouble? Like we're all going to jail if the right.
It's okay, because see at the bottom it says CIA 1947. That's my.
Okay.
It's like.
Well, what do we see here?
Okay.
This is a call to violence, as far as
this is like pattern recognition gone wrong. It's just sand, rocks, dead fish, seashells, boogers,
the interesting
skin
thing
cells. What is it?
They were. There was a couple of people that all did 8647, and y'all know me. Like, if you watch me, I love Trump, but I also have worked in restaurants forever, that when we're just out of something, we 86 it. So in my contrarian brain, I feel like I've said 86 more times in life without it ever meaning killing something. I was like 86 cucumber, 86 caviar. Like it was something that I had to say to my chef frequently, or in a restaurant, the chef yells it at you when you're serving tables or you're bartending. They're like 86 Tito's. So I don't know. That's
I see this as just like a political high power level, like celebrity level version of just doing stupid ice bucket challenges and changing your avatar to black on all the social media networks, or singing one of the John Lennon songs during COVID lockdowns. Like it was a thing that you did to show, hey, I'm still sitting at the cool kids table. Like if this were Mean Girls, right? This is like the way that you're appeasing Regina George so that she doesn't freak out on you and kick you out of the cool kids club. Like that's sort of what this thing became. And I feel like it's on the exact same thread as the Catherine Griffith, who was the redhead that like held up the bloody head of Trump and still gets criticized over that. Like that one was the extreme version, but this is just like a more acceptable. This is almost like, you know, being snarky. Like you can almost see somebody making like a shit-eating grin as they're posting this. Like that's part of this.
It is curious that just the 8 Nikki had said that it's like bullet, like a bullet color, how it's like silver with the gold tip. It is weird. Why wouldn't you just make the whole thing brown or gray or slate or whatever? It is like very.
I mean, you know what's
thought
funny
out.
though, is as silly as that might sound, usually when you see like these steel or zinc casings that would be dark like that, they're usually coming from Russia. They're like dirt cheap. And then like the brass tip, you know, like can't be lead, but it's just, I don't know, I think it's kind of funny.
But I think other politicians did this too. 8647.
Yeah,
And
again, it was just like like the same celebrity trend that you'd see, but this was the political version of that.
Yeah, Kathy Griffin.
And there was another one too. I can't remember who did like a
wasn't even
play
funny.
in California where they like reenacted Caesar and Donald Trump was supposed to be Caesar and stuff. Like there's been like a number of these way more overt calls versus this one. This is like you're saying 86 is such an administrative call. That's like a manager told somebody, hey, this thing's not happening anymore. It's not as explicit as, you know, people saying other way more explicit things.
I know, it is interesting. Like, did he go down to the beach? Did one of his interns have to do it?
Is
Like,
it an AI generated photo?
yeah, is
Did
it
he get
completely fake?
Did someone else just make it and then send it and then he just stole it and reshared it?
That's the other thing. I'm like, the AI generated photo, it could get you in trouble. Where somebody's like, oh my gosh, why do they have 39 shells in this? 39 means blank. You know, I just am like, people are just like, oh, it's harmless. But no, look at, there's shoe prints around it, like shoes. It's not even feet. It's like somebody wore business shoes out to there.
That's funny. I didn't even notice that.
I'm such a
Footprints in
psycho,
my
you
hand.
guys. I realize
like
this.
leather shoes.
It's like mildly psychotic. Somebody will have a
Loafers.
picture of themselves up and there will be like, oh, like it'll just be you and you'll be like, hey, here's me at the Grand Canyon. And I'll be like, you drink ginger ale? Because I'll just like zoom into your can. Like I'm such a little weirdo, but that's how I look at everything. It is what it is. That's why I don't gematria. I'm like, my brain knows like the same as you always have to like.
I like it. I like gematria, but I think here's what it is that if you go into it unscientifically, meaning that if you already know the answer that you're looking for, like you're gonna find it. You're gonna guarantee that if you find the right plural version of a word and add an adjective here and there, like you'll be able to craft the word that'll make, you know, Donald Trump or whatever turn into Satan or whatever your version, or Kamala equals Satan. Like you will 100%, you will find multiple ways to find that connection. But like every time someone finds it, they get reconvinced that they're like on to some ultimate truth and that the math is like proving the truth, as opposed to just like these are patterns, and the fact that we're able to like connect math to like these abstract ideas over and over again and have it loop around, like that to me is more fascinating than trying to find some kind of weird truth in it. Like I don't know, I don't think you're going to find truth in just straight up numbers, but it might be able to like give you a frame of reference, and that would be the ultimate freaking like memory palace, because now like everyone's memory palace is subjective based on your experiences and what you're thinking. But if you can actually find a way to be like, hey, look here, I'm going to tell you an entire story and how these 20 complex ideas link together, and I'm going to do it using words that equal numbers that prove itself forwards and backwards, which is maybe what like all these ancient texts are. Like I'm more convinced of that it's like they're telling the same story over and over, but someone found a way to say it where it's true in like 7 or 8 different ways that you read it.
I think Aleister Crowley thought that, like, it probably wasn't his, because so much of his thought, it's like how you were talking about Manly P. Hall last night a little bit, is like sometimes people just repackage things into their things, and that's just the first time you read the thing, and then that person kind of gets all the credit for the thing.
There's
But
people out there that think like DJ Khaled has like was the one that made every song they've ever heard that had his name on it, because he like yells his name out and it's on his album. And you might be like, oh, I didn't realize that he just hires a bunch of other famous artists that he collaborates with, and it's essentially a mixtape. He's a DJ
Sampling sounds.
putting a mixtape together. But a lot of people like confuse that and think that, not saying that DJ Khaled's not a real artist, but it's just like he's not sitting down and writing all those songs and doing all those lyrics. He's finding great things that combine together so that they're more appealing to a wider mass. That's exactly what Crowley did a little bit, but he was aimed at like theater nerds, like drama geeks. And Manly Palmer Hall, I think, was aimed a little bit more at like the everyman.
The writing, I was gonna say, like, Crowley always thought if you could write something forward and backward, and it was like readable or symbols or sigils in both ways, that's like a certain kind of level up of magic. But if you could do it and show it as a different thing in a mirror, that was another level of magic. And so, like you're saying, how even speak, like learning how to hear things backward, how you were saying people would hide stuff in messages or whatever, learning how to speak backward and understand backward is like, I don't know if it's magic, but it's like everything's magic if it's not understood by somebody else.
Like a race car or a race car going front to back or back to front, race car or race car. It's palindromic. And then we get into the word games that are just fun, like with the anagrams. So an evangelist anagrams to evil's agent. What does that mean?
That's entry level gematria, in my opinion. Like, because children do that, right? Children usually don't do gematria, but you can absolutely get them started on anagrams, because those end up in like Highlights magazine, which was, we found out, military intelligence. Which is actually also on ASFABs. If you ever taken an ASFAB to get into the military, there's like anagram style questions on that as well, and like finding like rearrangements of the same number and like how fast you can break things down like that.
DJ Khaled. It's like, that is Nimrod. Sorry, but it's like we just talked about it without screaming it, and it just seemed like it was breaking the timeline somewhere. What about that? It was 8,647 days from 9/11 when he posted it.
I like it. I think that's exactly like what we're doing, is you're showing an actual pattern, like a seam in my opinion, like in the simulation or whatever it is, like the ultimate truth, that you're seeing a seam and a pattern in it, but it's not necessarily like he knew that, but that message was always going to be written somewhere, and that it's a nice anomaly that we actually got to see it. Like, it became big enough that we're aware of it, but that was always going to happen somewhere.
How you said that Ted Kaczynski would be a Reddit page monitor. Crowley would be such a Nepo baby influencer on TikTok and IG in this day and age. What are your thoughts of that? He was doing, this is the crazy part for me. I will just tell you guys that I'm getting blown away with now, if the stories are true, his real life adventures. Like me as an adult, and I've done some strenuous stuff or some death defying things. The things that he's done are like mind blowing. Like summiting Everest in K2. What? Like, that's crazy. I know people just do it now, but it wasn't like he had a bunch of oxygen tanks.
Well, did he? I think he was like one of the first people that got as high as he did on K2. Did he summit K2 in Everest?
I don't know.
I know
he
summited
Everest, but I don't know if he summited K2. But he went to so many of the highest mountain peaks in the world, and he was like a mountaineer, I guess, like legitimate.
This would have just been a rabbit hole I wasn't ready to get into last night on the Eugenics episode, but there was at least 5 or 6 people that were deep in the Eugenics movement that also, just on their wiki pages, was like they were an avid climber. And I'm just thinking that some of these guys must have been running into each other. I mean, if Aleister Crowley is one of the few people that made it to the height that he did on K2 and Everest and a whole bunch of other mountains, right? He was prolific. Then he would already have a reputation as like being a badass mountain climber among this small niche of people that are also climbing those same mountains. and it seems impractical to consider that they weren't aware of each other, even if it was not even as acquaintances, but it just adds an extra interesting level of depth to like the whole eugenics angle.
It's an uncomfortable topic to talk about for a lot of people in this sort of culture where we're getting to the point where they want to push back and advocate for acceptance of body positivity, or let's normalize this, or it's okay the way you are, we'll just accept it and allow you to exist. And then there's another mindset where it's like personal achievements, personal bests, new records, and if we can get more people pushing themselves for their own personal achievements, then maybe in that way we push all human achievements forward. And these people are probably tired of having to, what is the Harrison Bergeron effect, where it's just bringing everyone back down into the middle of the bell curve. No one's too dumb, no one's too smart. We all just march at the same rhythm. We're trying to keep a momentum here for our civilization, for our culture. There's a rhythm, there's a momentum, and anybody that goes too fast and reaches something too quickly is usually the one that is forgotten or killed or destroyed or demonized or made to be considered evil in what they bring to the culture. And then slowly over time, then it trickles down, the rest of people catch up to it, and then DJ Khaled can do his thing.
I honestly think that that's a fine system. I mean, who really ultimately cares if you get credit for something that you do that's great? Like, what is like the Van Gogh angle, right? Where he died, penniless and broke, or Tesla, penniless and broke, but maybe over centuries they end up becoming timeless, and now everyone knows who they are because of like their contributions. And I think that ultimately, like, that's fine because we get those contributions. It almost seems like you're looking a gift horse in the mouth to be like, "Wah, it didn't happen during the time I was alive," even though it ultimately gets absorbed into like the mainstream. It just seems a little bit short-sighted to be disappointed that it didn't happen to you particularly.
Well, we live in the age of artificial intelligence and large language models and vibe coders who are now marketing their LLM agent assisted code work as something that they built and collaborated with. And then they'll market the thing as the first ever to do this very unique thing on a computer. And it's the first ever, and they got that early mover advantage. So let's go with it. And it's like, is it really the first ever though? Because I remember there was a guy who was like, hey, I invented email. I was the first. Well, no, you were the first person to go to the records office and say, I'm writing my name down. Here's my email design for an email system, and then putting it into an office and say, I filed that. It's on the record. I get responsibility. I get the acclaim for that.
I mean, not in this world, comrade.
And I also think the way you talk about Disney taking over all the nostalgia and then slowly tweaking the stories all a little bit, that is what they do to music too. And so it's like all these artists die penniless, but they figure out what the humans like so much about the sound or the look or the whatever. And then the real one gets washed away. And then we get, oh my gosh, Dr. Dre and P. Diddy, they're next level, when all they're really doing is taking a fairy tale that somebody grew up with. So there's a reason that earworm's already in people. I'm in heaven with my girlfriend. Oh, that used to be this, and that used to be this, and that's why we like it. That's why your mom's like, you can leave that song on the radio because that used to be her bop. And so I just think part of that is the like our MK Ultra that we don't even realize now that we wouldn't even know if every single old person commercial with every single pill was playing their music from the time they were a kid that was played on their radio shows. We would have no idea their nostalgia that they're in. They're like, oh my gosh, I need that pill, where it's just like bink right in their head. And that's kind of what I feel like they're doing to us, where it's like, here's your next CIA artist. We don't even have to write new songs. We just tweak these a little bit, and then here's the narrative they run with, and you think they're amazing, but there's only speckled few artists that are painting their own shit, making their own music for real, like doing their own thing. Everything else is a little stolen thing that they actually stole from the artist, and the artist got paid cents on the dollar, and same as Tesla, dies penniless. So I don't know if it's like if it were done pure, but it's always done to sell a narrative of something. It's never like us and our like, oh, we grew up listening to this band and we just take it and now we're running with it.
Well, a good example, like I'm sure that you've heard that the Rosa Parks PR stunt, that somebody else had originally done it, but they were gonna have like a child out of wedlock, or like they were problematic, so that they had a committee and they were like, who
too
should we
black.
have do this? Like there was
Rosa
multiple
looked better
options,
on screen.
right? But we know Rosa Parks' name. Do you know the other person's name that originally did it off the top of your head? No, probably. I mean, I'm not asking you to look it up. I'm just saying that like that's the whole premise, is that the Rosa Parks end up being kind of like a mythological person. Like she kind of is a conspiracy theory, but it's just one that the Rockefeller system has allowed everybody to learn about and be tested on, right? But I don't see it's too much different than like she's kind of an
Paul
Alex
Revere.
Jones in a way. Not even Paul Revere is another great one, although that guy's name was Samuel Israel, I think. I might be off on that, but I've made it a point to maybe try and
always
remember
the
that
Jews.
guy's name. I don't know if he was Jewish.
I'm just kidding.
I don't know if he was.
I'm just kidding. I don't know. That would be a whole nother conspiracy, though. We'll turn it on. But yeah, I heard he rode like a few blocks and then some other dude rode down the whole West Coast. And we don't even know his name. I just called him some other dude.
But I mean, ultimately, I don't think anything's lost there, because who did it doesn't matter. I mean, you know, it's not like you get royalties on being the real Paul Revere. Like you don't really, the only thing is the legacy, that maybe someone can sell like a car or a beer with your name 200 years later. Like they get to benefit, but ultimately if they did something good enough that all of society benefits, that's good enough. That sounds kind of communist. I almost feel like I'm starting to like I'm gonna end up reading like Karl Marx on this.
I almost feel like Andy Warhol was a
Well,
big,
I did
huge...
see Animal Farm, so maybe that's what it did to me.
Did you see the Angel version?
No, I didn't actually. I've seen enough clips though.
From Animal Farm?
Yeah, the Angel Studios, I think.
I feel like I have either never watched it or was way too...
Have you ever read it?
I don't think so. I know it. It's like in my zeitgeist, but I don't think so.
It's not that complicated of a story. So like the long story short of the summary, spoiler alert, I think it's only like 100-page book / novella, but that the farm animals want to revolt and the pigs help them revolt, and the pigs ultimately come up with these rules that no one's going to break, and it's like, you're not going to wear clothes, you're not going to live inside, you're not going to stand on two legs, and you're not, like, animals never going to kill another animal. And those are really the only rules. And then over time, that forms this like communist ideal utopia for the animals, until the pigs start going inside and wearing clothes and standing on two legs, and then eventually they murder another animal. So it kind of shows that even though it starts as this communist system, since they were the ones that wrote the rules, then they're also allowed to kind of bend the rules a little bit. And I believe it was supposed to be about Stalinist Russia, but the new movie kind of flips that on its head. And of course, it's about like taking down a capitalist or something. I haven't seen the new one yet, but I plan to.
Well, do you have the skeleton key to unlock the original text and figure out what it actually means?
Entertain us. Yeah. What is it?
That was kind of my first introduction to it. I think maybe in 9th grade high school class. And then as I was a yearbook editor, I sat in that class using the computer in the room while the 9th graders were learning. I was a senior at this point, so 4 years later, I was listening to 9th graders go through the same curriculum. Like, here's the skeleton key, here's what this symbol means. Now, if you read it through this lens, it unlocks a different meaning. And then in asking the 9th graders, well, what do you think this means in connection to this, and how does it relate to history and actual events? And they were so over it. They were so like, this is so dumb. They hated it. They weren't engaged with the material at all, but it was in the curriculum. I don't know if they still teach it that way. And what is the skeleton key?
I think that it finds it's, you know, it's interesting because it finds itself on like these blacklisted, banned book lists, and then teachers and bookstores are like, oh, here's our banned book section. But ultimately, it's in their favor why some of these books are banned. It's because it does show some of these like political ideologies in negative light, like less than ideal light. So it's kind of in everyone's interest to like have this thing be blacklisted.
Right. Just imagine being a ninth grader sitting and having to figure out that every story might be an allegory, that it might have a hidden meaning. And then you're starting to think, well, does this girl or boy like me? Yes or no on the no. And all these, she's dressing different, he's dressing different. What does it mean? So it's introducing a level of paranoia and distrust in the communication to say that maybe the message that was sent was not interpreted correctly, or I have to interpret every message communicated to me to read it for other layers of possible hidden meaning and sincerity.
So what was the skeleton key?
Well, it was the idea that there's some allegory, different animals would represent different classes of people. Well, what is a class? So now we're having to go through and figure out, well, there's different classes of people. People have different socioeconomic indicators, and sort of class struggle. And then how do you communicate that without, forcing someone into a communism camp? So now ninth graders, wow, I just learned about communism in my English class. And then I go to civics class and they're trying to tell me to vote and pay taxes, but I'm now anti-American. So it's sort of this mixed message that a teenager is receiving, that the adults live in this sort of complicated world. They don't get along. And now I have to sit still and figure all this out for myself. That's so frustrating to people. And then at that point, they might not even care about literature. Do they even read for fun anymore? If everything's like Animal Farm and learning and allegory.
I think that's boomer activity at this point, like reading books.
Or not reading books.
I think so. I don't think a lot of people are reading as much at all anymore.
I mean, I know a lot of people too. Like audiobooks, I think are fine. It's like it's this basically the same experience as long as you're like opening up to new ideas and like ways of interpreting stuff. But then there's also a large number of people that are just feeding PDF, or even at worst just going to ChatGPT and being like, ChatGPT, give me like the 200 character summary of Animal Farm. And it's like the equivalent of getting the Cliff Notes, which I guess even now Cliff Notes might be too long for some people, that they would be like, give me like
Right.
ChatGPT, give me the summary of these Cliff Notes for Animal Farm.
Give
And
me a
that'll end up
few
being the
quotes I
version.
can memorize. That sort
Yeah.
of thing, yeah. There is this sort of aesthetic of dark academia that young people are kind of into, kind of a Tumblr aesthetic where they want to just wear glasses. They don't need the glasses, but they want to wear the glasses. They want to dress like they're a librarian, kind of this intersex librarian where everything's sort of earth tones and they're in a dusty light, like an old library, like a Harry Potter castle library where everything has magical realism and they unlock all these different universes and worlds and they kind of have that safe space there. They kind of like that.
We're getting into like talking about, you just mentioned like librarians, and we're talking about like teachers and education and high school and stuff. One of my guilty pleasures, I guess, is when I'm not posting MK Ultra and adrenochrome stuff and comic book stuff. The only other thing that I think I really end up doing online is I go on to like these viral teacher threads where they're talking about whatever the latest teaching trends are and stuff. And I post my very honest and controversial opinion that I know in that space, and that's that AI is a better teacher than most public teachers in the public education system. And it's like and I think I've mentioned this maybe, and I wish Abbie was here because maybe Abbie would have even more context. But ultimately, my argument is not that AI blanket statement is better than human teachers blanket statement. Of course not. That's the dumbest thing ever. But I mean, I know enough people, and I myself have gone to enough different public schools, that a mediocre Chat GPT subscription where I could be like, Chat GPT, tell me why I should care about the Paul Revere. Why should I care about Paul Revere? Tell me in Roblox brain rot terms. Just make me care about it. you're not going to find a teacher on the planet that can cater to every single different person's, like, to make them care about something that they should maybe care about ultimately. So like the argument though is that a mediocre chatbot, even right now, 2026, is better than a crappy teacher, and that there's enough crappy teachers out there that on average, I think that you'd have a net positive gain by just straight up swapping most teachers out for AI bots. And what the teachers, because right now the problem is that to be a teacher, not only are you supposed to know the subject, but more importantly, you have to know how to be a teacher, right? Like you got to get all these degrees and you got to go through training and get like approval and accreditation and all this stuff. Like then you get to become a teacher. And then you might not even teach the one thing that you're an expert in. You might be an expert in world history, but you're going to be a gym teacher. You're going to be, the math teacher. That happens so often. Wouldn't it make more sense if you separated the specialty, like the special domain knowledge of math or social studies or history or something very objective? Because a lot of teachers end up teaching out of the back of the book anyways, right? They just have to make sure you understand the stuff. Well, what if you removed that role? The teachers don't have to worry about that part. That can be the chatbot. And now what the teachers can be there for is like regulating social interactions or ultimately being a babysitter, for lack of a better word. I know it's like a charged word. But anyways, that's my guilty pleasure is like go on to teacher forums and viral threads and say, you're all just overpaid baby sitters and AI should replace you.
I think I read your threads. I think I see them.
I'm glad that you, I mean, there's some passionate people on both sides. And the funniest part is that every single time it ends in like some kind of dig. They're going to like, oh, I went to your page and I think this, or like, you're clearly an idiot and I think
your hair is ugly.
Or whatever.
I'm like, okay.
I like it if it ever comes down to like, you're an idiot. Cause then I can be like, yeah, I went to public school. Like I didn't get, I'm like, I wish my teachers were replaced with AI and then I could actually prove you wrong. So I don't know. I feel like bulletproof in this space because like all of us are experts. I mean, unless you went to private school, no shade. But if you went to public school, yeah, Marcus, you don't even have a say in this right now, do you?
I guess not. I think you're correct about a teacher being more of a disciplinarian and sort of a classroom distraction agent to say, well, this is distracting you. I'm going to separate these people, bring these people together in this way. The teacher is more guiding them along in their socialization process to make them more social and get along with others.
And even as creepy as this sounds, and I know how MK Ultra Monarch this sounds, but imagine that like the kids that understand the flow of learning from a computer. I mean, that's where we're headed anyways. Yeah. Like this is the trajectory that we're on. So like you identify, oh, they can manage how to do this. And the ones that don't know how to manage, but also you don't necessarily have to have like one teacher in a room full of 30 kids. You could have 20, babysitters or like analysts watching behind like a one-way mirror into this room full of kids and then just analyzing the behavior. And they're all kind of brainstorming, okay, like we match these 3 kids with these 3 kids. Like we form a clique. Like we're going to figure out who's going to sit at the lunch table and who gets to be the cool kids and the bad kids and the nerds. Like that could be what they focus on instead of all the stupid busy work and coming up with quizzes and like, Bobby, shut up, or like you read this and like just being distracted where every single thing where they have to be a disciplinarian. Now the other 29 kids or 49 kids in the class are like on pause, it's like watching.
Why do you have to go to class anymore? Like if computers are the teacher, why do you have to get up at some ungodly hour?
The human interaction, I absolutely think should be.
But is the human interaction needed during the learning time, or have we just mixed this together in our brainwashing? Like my better human interaction was happening when I was doing my extracurriculars or out of school, and then all the time was like, oh, I'm in this class with somebody who I'm not really friends with. It's like if we all just got to work during this time and then we had breaks in between that you had like, oh, you just need now a couple of like prison guard yard people to watch for us on our free time that we're not hurting each other in the yard.
I think that there's you make an incredible point. I do think that like once you separate the role of educator from the disciplinarian babysitter, like maybe everyone doesn't have to be in one room and socializing at the same time as you're learning. But there's one extra dynamic that I think is like used against kids either by design or not, and that's like this public humiliation where if you didn't do the homework and you get called up to do a thing on the board and you just don't know what the hell you're doing, or you get something obviously wrong that everyone else got because they at least paid attention, then the whole class laughs at you. And even if you're like a class clown or whatever, having people laugh at you because they legitimately think you're dumb, like that is a true, like one of the like baby's first humiliation ritual where someone's not sitting you down and explaining what's happening, but you feel the shame and the guilt. And you also feel that, what is it called, like Schadenfreude or whatever, where it's like you take pleasure in watching someone else going through like a rough time or going through pain. Like that's something that only would happen in a group setting where you're learning something alongside somebody else and they're not on the same level. So it serves as like a motivator, like, oh, I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to get publicly. I literally had a math class that the teacher was a female teacher, had like a little hammer, like a children's toy, and it like squeaked when you hit something. And if you got a question wrong, she would walk over to the desk and hit you on the head, and it would make like a squeak noise. And there were people that were so triggered from that, like days later are getting into fights in completely different classes and like getting into like legal trouble outside of school. And it ultimately was stemming from how humiliated they felt from this because it's like a tough guy, but you're not allowed to like punch the teacher out. So now all of a sudden the tough guy just got the squeaky hammer on his head and the whole class laughed at him. What's he going to do? Beat up every single person in the class? Like to watch what that did to people. I think that maybe there's some value in that and we don't want to get rid of that, but I don't know how to preserve it.
I kind of think you could have that same little humiliation ritual that if you had to get a certain grade and also it to even go outside. So you wouldn't even get to hang out in the yard if you weren't done with your stuff with a certain grade. And then it would empower you to maybe actually learn it or not even learn it. This is the weird part about school that no one admits. You're just regurgitating bullshit. So you just figure out your way to memorize it to get through to the next thing. So it's just like, couldn't you also be like, oh, some of these kids, you could look around your own class before you even knew you were going to college and point out the kids that like, this kid is not meant for that. But then look at college now. What are they teaching you in there? Women's studies? Like, what are you learning in college that you can't learn on YouTube even better? So now you can just kind of squeeze your whole entire personalized education into yourself before you're even 18. Like, there's no reason to go through the other rigmarole, changing classes and lockers and sitting in weird auditoriums. There is other ways for kids to personalize with each other without having to be in the institution that we all grew up in as school.
Imagine a world, right, just for a split second, where we figured out a way where the education aspect is like separated in a certain way, but they could reopen all of these malls that we grew up, like that was the socialization outside of school. That was the cool place to just be hanging around and not doing anything. And maybe even reading stuff like in magazines or whatever, like posters and billboards. So what if there was like a resurgence, like all of a sudden all these dead malls, they get turned into the new like education centers. And when you go to like that store, that little shop, like you're learning about music in Camelot, or you're going to like, I mean, like you're not.
It's
buying
a great idea
there.
though, because there's so many things. Like it could be electricity, it could be home ec, it could be English, it could be history, it could be. But also, if it wasn't so age based, I might be way advanced in history and you might be way advanced in English, but we all have to sit together because our ages are the same on this calendar year is retardo. Like, that's such a ridiculous. I feel like if anything, school just bridled everyone. All it did was yoke everyone to keep us with the slowest. We couldn't run. You couldn't really take off. You really had to be bridled with the slowest person in your classroom at the time, which usually also was a disciplinary problem.
Well,
so most of your
Kurt
teachers'
Vonnegut.
time...
I always call it Ernest Borgnine, but what's the name of it?
Harrison Bergeron.
Harrison Bergeron. Yeah, there you go. That's exactly what you're describing, Chaney.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like. It feels like we've all been like straddled it's funny that it's called bridled, like a
Bridal.
bridal,
Yeah.
like we've all been like bad husbandry. That was my
Indeed.
favorite last night when somebody brought up husbandry and somebody said, "What are you going to tell me and my wife about?" Sorry, that was just so left field, and not to totally hard left, but Thomas was. You guys should all go check it out. He was on the Sarah Tomato panel talking about eugenics in the United States versus Germany, and the comparison. And then an open panel, Alan Marcus went on. So you guys should totally go and check
go
out.
to Thomas's X because it has the full stream.
Oh yeah,
I didn't realize these are 8.5 hour.
It wasn't intended to go that long, but you
I
guys
stuck around for 5 hours, I think.
Indeed, you did. Yep.
I stayed because you stayed, and then Alan Marcus and Ben were there. So then it was like, oh, well, 3 of my homies, I'm going to stay. But it was a great conversation. It was so much information at the beginning. I felt like you handled it in a really good tone for how that subject has to be handled. And you're like, you're entertained, but if you just wanted to hear a robot say, and then in 1960s, like you added nuance to these characters and these and just so happenstance, then this bill was passed. Like you did a really good job about laying out a shit ton of information through the United States.
I wonder, I truly wonder if when someone hears that, because in my brain, I'm just like, yeah, no shit, move, like, what's the next thing that you're going to say? But for a lot of people, you mention that Germany learned their eugenics from the States. Some people are like, oh my God, you voted for Kamala. And then it's a weird reaction because it was ultimately like the Bush family. Like, if you want to just point a finger, Skull and Bones Bush, like that's probably the umbrella that's the easiest one to fit behind. But it goes deeper than that, obviously. But it just is like the rich people decided, let's get rid of the poors. And that has been happening since, time forever, right? Like, that's not something that they invented in the 20th century.
I think in a way, I used to get so mad at watching the panel, the Raging Tomato. You guys should go and check it out so you guys know what we're talking about. But watching the panel, I get a lesson myself in that there's people out there that I just assume everybody thinks I get the blessing of hanging out in rooms like this. And a lot of my friends are like this, where we talk. And I to think about, you're talking about eugenics and then somebody's like, oh, politically you voted for this thing this year, as if it has anything to do with the history of everything that I just said. But then it just dawns on me, everybody does live in this Disney tale of America. And I love America. I'm so pro America, but everybody just has this idea of we're Superman. We've never done anything bad. We're the Hall of Justice over in America. And it's just, I think that's the hard pill for people to swallow.
That was my favorite Donald Trump quote. That was the biggest thing where I was like, damn, this dude might be going somewhere. Is when someone was talking about these hit squads or political assassinations. Ironically, I think they were talking about assassinating political rivals, and he was like, you think we haven't done bad things? And talking about CIA black ops sort of operations. And it was the first time that a president, when it wasn't through a court ordered apology to some victims from 50 years ago, the first time that a presidential candidate was like, yeah, the CIA takes people out in these illegal assassinations. Of course they do. Everyone does that. And it was just such a direct nod to this is the new reality that we live in, that you're allowed to acknowledge conspiracy theory now in public.
And people are still learning what that word actually entails. It's the same thing. Well, what is a mythology? Oh, it's a lie. Well, it's a myth. What is an urban myth? Well, it's something that's not really true, but people repeat, or that's not what a mythology is. It's not what a conspiracy is. It's not what magic is. You hear the word chaos magic, and they think that chaos magic that causes chaos against me, therefore black magic, therefore evil. So anybody who knows anything about chaos magic must be using magic against me to cause chaos in my life. Therefore, I found the enemy, and now I must defend myself.
I hear
against
chaos
all these evil
magic. I just
decisions.
imagine someone doing like creative transcendental writing, like on their journal. Like that's sort of chaos magic.
I won't tell you how to do your chaos magic.
Well, are we talking with magic with a C or a K at the end? Because that
Oh.
makes a huge difference.
Absolutely. And if others in the conversation are not comprehending, groping, appreciating that distinction between magic spelled with a CK or just with a C, or how do you spell Kabbalah? K, C, Q?
Yeah, so
I prefer the Q.
I actually think those letters on things are huge rewrites of a ton of history when that happens. Like when we say phone and don't spell it with an F and put a PH instead, that is like such a big spell to me. Like those are the things that stick out more than anything when we're forced to do something that goes against. It's the same as how I feel about NASA, or like when people tell me chemtrails aren't real, it forces you to go against what your eyes can see. And then we're just all like, but Santa's not real. And everyone's like, but you just have to learn it for the test. And that's how I feel like so much of writing when it comes to the hard CK, so much before that was the Q. Before the hard CK. So I do think there is something to be said about even how you would qua over a k, and how much that would change if you were actually abracadabering. And I do think words are spells. I do think it's powerful to chant some things over other things. And then when you look back at the oldest symbols, Q was the eye of the needle, and C was originally written with a camel. And so those are interesting things to me when you hear over somewhere else and they're like, no, it all meant about money. Did it? Did it all mean it about money? Or is that the God they keep trying to get me to worship in every timeline over and over again? Like they keep trying to get me to pay attention. It's all follow the money. Follow the money. Is it? Is it really all
I
just
think it's
follow the
always
money?
been about money, but it's just it's not that money has always taken the form of fiat currency. Like for a long time, money was the goat that you had in your front yard. That was your money. And that if the tax man came, he was literally saying like, chop this goat up right now and give me a quarter of it. That's going to be your tax for the day or the month or whatever. And that was your form of money. You know what I mean? So like, I think it's all forms of religious worship and all sacrifice, like even the earliest forms of like quote unquote animal sacrifice, really that was like you bringing like 3 dead chickens to the city square and giving it to the monks, and then they get to take their cut and they get to eat that day, and anything left over supposedly they give to anyone that's in need that wasn't able to bring something to like this offering. And then it just kind of becomes over time like transported into just fiat currency because not everyone wants to bring half of a goat to mass every single Sunday.
I think that it's interesting that it could have just been a chip of gold was a chip of gold, but to put pressed words on it and pressed symbols and faces and queens and presidents, that becomes a whole different kind of magic to me.
That was the premise of usury and the whole concept of like Jesus flipping the table and the money lenders and the money changers. It was because there was only a single coin that didn't have the face of a person or another god. So it was the only thing that the hardcore like Orthodox were allowed to spend. And because of that, people started manipulating the currency, saying like, even I'm just going to make up a number, but like, even though that's only a $2 coin, the fact that I know it's the only coin you're ever going to have in your pocket because the other ones are banned from you, like we're going to charge you $20 for every one of those $2 coins. And now all of a sudden, even though it's only worth $2 everywhere you want to spend it, for you to obtain one of these $2 coins. And then it's like, if I don't care about $2, like if I want to carry $5 coins around, I'm automatically twice as rich as you are. Like I'm oversimplifying that, but that was like, it was the premise was that they had this forbidden fiat currency that they weren't, or I guess at that point it was like actual currency that they weren't allowed to use for like moral or religious reasons. And then the bankers were like, oh, that's worth more to you, or we're going to charge you more for it. And that's what he was flipping the table over. It wasn't about interest or predatory loans or like fiat currency or anything. It was about the way that they were charging more for something that it was actually worth.
Like a Pokemon card.
I'd like a Pokemon card. Yeah,
these different markets. Children will learn the value of things differently. Maybe they grew up with parents. Beanie Babies. I had a lot of Beanie Babies during that time where.
How do you know, man? How are you supposed to know that it's going to be the Beanie Babies and not the Pokemon cards? Or like, if you collected any sort of trading cards in the 80s and 90s, like, too bad. Like, that was a lot of. Hope you had fun doing it, but you probably
stamps or comic books. It could be anything, sure. But I think we're talking about a frustration for the common man in this sort of resource multiplication scheme where a farmer will intend to buy, two animals, a male and a female animal, to multiply them through husbandry. But that takes many seasons over time. And then if you lose one too soon, well, then you have to start over. You can have some level of multiplication of your stock, your livestock, your herd, and grow that in such a way that that's very honest, hard work. When someone comes along and is like, you know what, that's good work, but we're just going to issue the money. We're going to do the shortcut, and then we're going to multiply that quickly through usury and loans and debt, this sort of thing. That's where people get frustrated because now it's like they're cheating. They're not playing fair anymore. It sort of breaks the social contract.
Well, this is when you don't have a ceiling, right? And that's the only way that it operates is if you don't have a ceiling, then you can constantly have like the infinite profit theory, which I think can be proven out, you know what I mean? As long as everyone's willing to carry like a $10 million bill in their pocket to buy a pack of gum. But like you can technically have infinite profits at that kind of rate.
Inflation. Mm-hmm.
Doesn't it get to a point though that money doesn't matter?
No, because money, I mean, in my opinion, money is just a concentrated form of energy. It's like I put this much energy out into the world doing things that people were willing to give me their energy for in exchange. And this certificate represents a certain amount of energy that more or less has universally been agreed on that like this dollar might not get you to mow my lawn, right? But like a $20 bill, maybe we're talking a $50 bill, guaranteed you'll find someone to mow your lawn for a $50 bill, right? So like now all of a sudden there's an objective difference between the amount of energy you're willing to exert for this piece of certificate versus this one. And I think ultimately that's what it ends up representing. So like
For
even
us, I know, but don't you think everyone that's creating this money owns the actual energy? Like they own the grass or the hay or the oil or the electricity or the power line or the copper or the silver. Like the Red Shields, like the Rothschilds that weren't even the Rothschilds. They all seem like families that changed their name in between. Like Rockefeller, JP Morgan, like pick the family and I'll tell you their real name that it was before, So it just all feels like this money is like an illusion of a thing for even these actors to come, like all the men that built America, all of them get their super amount of wealth in like the same amount of time, but it almost seems like a tale, like the same exact way as like bots. If I tell you that look at Chaney has 10,000 followers, 10,001, but if Chaney has 100 followers, I'm not going to follow this person. It kind of feels like that. If I put my name on gold on all these buildings, then everyone thinks I'm a thing. It's like a social media that used to exist before social media. Like it wasn't really a thing. All these people just got told they had a whole bunch of money, and the Carnegies and the Vanderbilts it's like these lore, this storyline that we're told that, and if we don't have that, we don't strive to be that. Like they're the character told to us so that we go and work for this guy every day and let them stick their hand in our pocket and take taxes because I want to get to that too. So it's almost like the entire tale of the money and the money that makes the man is just there as like our carrot to keep running around the track. Like the Monopoly man.
But I also think that it's almost like it's an obvious class system, but the real class isn't poor versus rich. It's not on that scale. It's those that have to participate in money system in general and those that don't. And if you don't even have to participate in it because you are so filthy rich, we were going over this last night on the talk, but it's like if you get to the level of railroad tycoon money to the point, and in like the early 1900s, there's only so many safaris and cruises and like things that you can buy and own. They didn't have as many expensive things that these billionaires could just like put all their money to. So at that point, money is not an object. Like it's not even a thought in anything that you want to do. But then you realize if I donate $800 million to this thing, to this like concept or idea, I can actually like in a Fabian society style, just like buy like my ideology, like plant those seeds for the future. They're expensive seeds, but you can do that. And it's ultimately a whole separate class from the whole rich versus poor dynamic. It's like, do you even participate in the money system? And you don't get to say no and then like go and live in a van or something out in the woods, because you're obviously limited to the resources. If you wanted to change the world, you necessarily would need someone that does participate in the money system.
A lot of the dudes, though, that the quote unquote men who made America were skillless men. They just were money changers. Like, it's so far and few between. That is the difference of like where you put our forefathers. A lot of those motherfuckers, they were like actually rough riding and pulling guns and like doing weird, like, you know, masculine things, where the difference of the oligarchs that built, they were like kind of just like, and then he bought a farm. Later, that's where the Empire State Building was laid. It's like they are, it's like kind of crazy how if you just, it was like social media back when, like all the newspapers would just start talking about it because you had the best parties and everyone wanted to go to your parties because they were exclusive, which is just the same way as Facebook. The whole way it started is exclusivity to be in Harvard only. And so it was almost that exact same idea, where as long as they could keep the money on it and those, then the skillless people at the top could keep making money off the skilled people. Like if the skilled people walked away from that system.
I think it's a bastardized system that started on very good intentions, and I'm not gonna have the boring version of this, hopefully, but like Fraser Golden Bough, which I'm gonna always be bringing up for the rest of my life.
Do it.
But his concept was that originally, before you had like shared religion and priest and this ultimately the top of the pyramid that don't have to work. That's essentially, when I say priest class, those are the guys that don't have to go out into the fields and get calluses on their hands. And the reason was that it was just simply inefficient, that every single time that everyone went out hunting as a group, every able-bodied male that goes out hunting, they all have their own various superstitions. Oh, if I saw a spider that had a death's head on it, that means I'm going to die. So now I can't go hunting for the rest of the day. I'm going back home. And another person, if they saw like a gourd that looked like a human being and their wife was pregnant at home, oh, now I can't hunt tonight because I saw a bad omen. Like everyone had their own little individual. And then over time, they start to like collectively like, you know, just saw, you know, a fetus bean or something, a fetus fruit. And then all the guys that have pregnant wives, they go home. But now it's like they don't have to be on the lookout for all these weird bad omens. They can just focus on the hunt and wait for the crier, wait for like the person in their hunt squad. And then over time, collectively, they would elect someone that doesn't even have to go out hunting. They'll just be like, hey, Bob, or hey, Marcus, you hang back. So while all of us go out hunting, you sit here and you like talk to God and make sure that we're cool. And that like on behalf of everyone hunting, you're going to make sure that we don't run into any bad omens. You're going to talk to the big guy about it. So now all of a sudden, Marcus is like, I don't have to get calluses on my hands. I don't got to worry about getting bit by these weird spiders. I kind of got a cush job, but also it's pretty strong, because now if someone goes out and they get stung by a spider and they die, it's like, you know, Marcus, you dropped the ball. Like we were all out hunting. Come on, man. Why didn't you prevent God from sending that spider to kill Chaney or whatever, right? So like now all of a sudden it's very high stakes. So you start to develop this animosity about these dumb bumpkins. They don't realize I can't control a freaking spider from biting you or not, you idiot. But the social agreement was that you don't have to go out and hunt with us because you're supposed to keep that spider at bay, which is like a silly premise, but that's what it was built on. And it was built on a very like a good premise, because having that priest class means that we do have someone that whenever else goes out to hunt, they get to sit back and contemplate the stars, and they get to be like, oh, wow, this pattern now, like astrology's built, and then astronomy, and then math, and then navigation. But like, you don't get a new world and you don't get an iPhone without someone sitting at home not getting calluses on their hands. But like that, the level of contempt as those two roles start to like spread apart, now all the hunters and the working class, they hate the priest class, which now in this The priest class now is like the CEO billionaires, right? Like the Elon Musk and the Bill Gates. Like that's kind of the new priest class.
I feel like the priest class is still the priest class, and then there's just another group they're like, we don't want to hunt, and we don't want to pretend we're spiritual and be like inundated with the stress of having to have spiders bite them.
You have to be spiritual. I think that you just have to serve the role in society where that you're making a contract saying, I'm going to make all of your lives easier and better. So even if you hate me and even if I do things that you despise, ultimately you're going to get some sort of convenience out of me, even if it's hard, even if you get microplastics in your body and die of cancer, but you're going to be able to stream YouTube whenever you want or something, right? Like that, like there's something that they're offering to maintain that priest class status where they don't have to get callous on their hands.
Yeah, we'll just go ahead and put that YouTube album on everyone's iPhone.
Right. Right.
Problem
That was the
solved.
priest class. That was literally the priest class that did that.
And that's why people got so frustrated, because they were thinking that they had this new device that they were just going to automate a lot of processes. They take a computer in their pocket everywhere they went, so they wouldn't have to sit at a large desk terminal working on a computer. Now they could go on the road, they could go to a coffee shop with laptops, but laptops were still a little bit too big. But when that iPhone came out, man, people thought that they could do anything, anywhere, anytime with that thing, and they had no constraints anymore. And then they're like, well, now I can just program little games, and if I can get my application into the ecosystem of the Apple Store, man, how many iPhones are out there? If everyone wants to pay $1 for my Angry Birds clone app, my Tetris cloned game, where it's just, tap the screen and flick your finger and something happens and makes the ooh sound and like that. Well, everyone wants that game. And then they close that ecosystem. So it's open and they close it now. So now the process of getting your unique software on a service where people can pay to receive that, that's sort of broken. So we go through these cycles over and over again. Where are we now with vibe code?
I think that was like carefully planned too, because funny enough, as we were talking about the Rosa Parks and whoever the other girl was, and then the Paul Revere and whoever the other guy was, right? Like everyone knows about the iPhone and maybe even the Palm Pilot or the Blackberries and stuff, but a lot of people don't remember General Magic. And General Magic was the company 10 years or 20 years even before Apple started dropping the first like iOS devices and the iPods. And they basically designed a thing that was supposed to feel so great. Like the weight of it was supposed to mimic luxury, and like the touch of it was supposed to mimic luxury. And the exact ratio was supposed to feel like a worry stone that you would keep on you and just want to rub in your pocket so that you're constantly touching it and looking at it. And like all of this was pre-planned, but ironically, they shot themselves in the foot because they started on a closed system and you had to be like a member of AT&T or something. And then everything that they built around it was based on AT&T. And then when they finally wanted to go to market, like the internet had kind of started to explode, and it's like, well, AT&T doesn't own the internet, so now they're locked into this tiny little network of just so the long story was that then Apple ends up making the iOS device, and it's open, as you said, and then as soon as enough people make it a worldwide phenomenon, then they close the wall off. But just like these other examples, General Magic really did all of that first. Like they created all of the blueprint. And then Steve Jobs and Apple just sort of stole it and repurposed it.
Remember that Columbia Music Club where you were like, oh my gosh, I can get all these CDs for a penny?
And I did. Oh my God.
And then you were in debt for just
CDs.
Like the first time you were ever got a collections letter to your parents' house was from that. And you were like, oh my gosh, I'm having a pure panic attack right now. It's kind of, that's essentially what everything is.
Oh, we would order them to model homes.
Oh yeah. So many fake addresses. It's like probably the first thing I ever did in my life where I'm
real
like,
address, different names.
So sketchy.
Once you figure out you can put your first name as current, your last name as resident.
Oh yes. That doesn't work anymore though. Yeah.
That's pretty.
Well, there were loopholes. There were ways to figure things out.
That was our Napster.
Well, another conspiracy theory though on that specifically, because the people running those programs had to know how clearly they were being gamed. and ultimately they didn't
Yeah.
care because it was like 12 CDs for $1 or something crazy, or like for like a penny or something. So like it was already a loss leader out the gate. And
Well,
I
is it
think
an
that,
addiction model?
well, it's an addiction model, but also it was like get addicted to our drug, our record companies, like out like these artists that have maybe not the highest performing record sales. And
Sure.
now like that's going to be the soundtrack of your middle school, is going to end up being these like mediocre substandard artists that we need to push. And then wouldn't you know, some of those become breakout stars. And I wonder how much of that was just like a marketing expense. They were like, instead of spending $1 million on a music video and a tour and a campaign on MTV and VH1, we're just going to let kids think they're getting one over on the system and order a whole bunch of like Blink 182 albums or something for free, and they think that they're being punk rock and they're stealing.
And it would be
from
like
big
Blink
corporations.
182 album, but the first, like, you would also be able to get like 2 Blink 182 albums you've never heard of before that were pre their
back
big
catalog.
hit. And so you would end up getting it, like you're saying, like,
And that pumps the stats. So now when the record label and that artist says, here's how many albums we've sold, they can also include all the albums that got scammed from them. The same way that a lot of magazines, if you subscribe to a magazine for like 3 months and then cut your subscription, there's some, you'll just get that magazine for the next
Forever.
4 years for free, because they have to report to their advertisers that they have X number of readers. So it's the exact same scam that I think they were doing with music back then.
Columbia House. That's what it was. Columbia House. Oh my
I think there was
gosh.
2 of them. There was 2 different ones.
BMG, was that another one?
BMG was the second one that came out. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And you were like, oh, is this the same company? Are they going to let me do this again?
Yeah. No, it was like different artists. Now you got like MXPX instead of Blink 182, but it was
Yeah, I did the Christian version. It was called Sound and Spirit.
Lord. I forgot they were Christian.
I know. MXPX was totally Christian. I didn't know that at all. I never knew that. I only knew them as like a bubblegum punk band.
Yes, and that was the success of Tooth and Nail, where they produced music that wasn't quite worship music. It didn't quite sound on first listen like it was a Christian band.
This is all Tooth and Nail?
Well, okay, so the history of Tooth and Nail being West Coast California guy, this guy named Brandon Ebel was like, I like music, I want to create a label. So he would bring in bands that he really liked, and he knew that there was different sounds that were currently happening, but no one was giving them a chance. So he figured that if he just found creative, interesting sounds, put them on his label, and then let the youth groups, the cool kids in the church, have the Tooth and Nail stickers and the Tooth and Nail catalogs. They would be the influencers going to Bible camps.
Yeah.
VBS and things, so they have the t-shirts and the Tooth and Nail gear, and then they listen to music, and it doesn't sound like your parents' Christian music. It doesn't sound like the worship music that you sing in church. And then your friends could listen to it and be like, okay, well, yeah, this sounds pretty good. Ska bands. There was Supertones. Supertones were huge.
I loved that like phase of my life where I got to go to the hardcore concerts at churches.
Yes.
And the first time, because I mean, I got dragged to him originally. I was like, what is this? Like, and I got dragged to him by non-Christians. So I was like, are we doing this ironically? Like, what's the point? Like, I've been to,
Sure.
Bible school for over a decade. I don't need to go on my off time for extracurricular. And the first band that came out, they just said it sounded like hardcore death, but they were like, Jesus, the blood of Jesus, I need it. And it was blowing my mind that, like, are you allowed to use this? Was in Florida, and then we're like,
yeah, it might have been Ludacris.
Maybe
Norma
this
Jean?
was like late 98, 99.
Yeah, it could have been, if you remember the name of the
It
band.
sounds familiar. I mean, apparently this was the hotbed for a lot of that like Christian hardcore, but it blew my mind.
Yeah.
But also at the same time, like there was like a cheesy aspect to it where it was like, yeah, but you're supposed to turn the other cheek, but I'm pretty sure that if I were to like hit that guy, he's not going to turn the other cheek. Like he's actually going to punch
So
me.
here's the dynamic. If you have a church youth group on a Wednesday night or whatever it is, and the church is big enough to say, we have some money, let's have a band come in, and the band is like, oh, we just want to play music and get our music out there so people can listen and just form a fandom, buy our CDs, get our t-shirts, and then go to our other shows, because the band itself wants to build a career. The way to do that is to go to churches, and the church staff, the pastor will say, well, you can play 3 songs, and then you got to say something nice about Jesus, and then the pastor's going to ask anybody if they want to hear a salvation message and join the church and accept Jesus in their heart, and then you can play some more songs as long as you want for the rest of the night. And the band is like, well, see, we're just here to play the music. So they have to negotiate that to say, well, okay, well, we can't go to a bar because that's like 21 plus or 18 plus, and if we want to get the 12, 13, 14-year-olds now to then buy our next 4, 5, 6 albums, so they go to the churches, because the churches don't sell alcohol.
Because if you got a group of 12-year-olds and you're like, go drop us off somewhere, it's like, no, you're not going to a concert by yourself. It's at the church, Mom. Oh, it's at a church? Okay, when is the concert over, honey? Right?
Exactly. So a lot of these bands themselves were youth group kids that played in the worship band on stage when they're 13, 14, 15 years old. And then they form their own bands. And that's where Brandon Ebel of Tooth and Nail comes along and says, well, there's all these bands that formed in churches. Let's sign them early. He was thinking, develop the artist, develop the band, develop the fans. And then other larger labels came along and started buying the contracts of the bands. So then he'd make money that way at the beginning. And then he'd go and develop other artists. And that became very successful around the time that CDs were huge and everyone was purchasing CDs. And remember, the Christian audience didn't steal anything. They didn't copy music, right? They didn't download anything. They paid for their music every time.
That's funny. I didn't even consider that. Yeah.
That is very true. But I think you're onto it. I think the whole thing was a marketing, because I was watching everybody's bands in the chats that I was like, oh my gosh, we all got the same exact music. It was really just during this chunk. It didn't happen really. It wasn't tapes. It was CDs. And so it was like, it must have been easy. They must have been like, oh my gosh, this is so much cheaper than records or tapes. We can floor this, and we're like, we can afford to do this and let it go for cents on the dollar.
Yeah, there's no logical, reality that I can fathom where Columbia House and BMG were surprised. Like, what? People are putting fake names and getting free CDs? And then they're like, we don't know how to fix this problem. I guess we just have to keep doing this for another 5 years. Like, there's no way that's how that worked out.
Somewhere there's a funny joke, or like, I served time for my stealing CDs from Columbia House. Like, somewhere
it was
there's
a convenient thing too. There's a lot of people who lived in flyover country in the middle America, and they weren't traveling very far to go to record stores very often. So if they sign up for a music membership club, I want the new Christian rock album once a month. That sounds great. They'd get that in the mail, and they'd open it up, and they'd be like, well, there's nothing else to listen to. I might as well pay $18.99 for this thing that was shipped to my door so conveniently, because the first one's free, but then you have to pay regular price for one, and then you could get other discounts.
Yeah, you had to pay 5 full price to get out of the contract.
I had the best discount ever in the 90s, and that's somehow I had these magic hands that I could take any of the CD inserts, the big tall ones, but they were where they were retrofitting the vinyl bins.
Yep.
I could take those and I could just open them. I didn't need a tool. I didn't need to struggle or do anything. I could just hold it in the right way and just open that freaking thing immediately. And I just got to treat every record store as my personal Columbia House.
You just walked in. I always thought record stores were scary.
I love cargo jeans for sure. I could load those things up and walk out with 20 new albums essentially.
I was a little goody. I remember one time, now looking back at this kid, I'm like, oh my gosh, he's such a gay. But I was hanging out with a guy friend of mine named Brian, and we were at the mall, which I I'm so grateful to whatever spot of the simulation that I got placed in the time I did that. Being at the mall was cool. And I remember we were walking around the mall, and this is even before anyone smoked weed. We were just goody little kids walking around the mall. And all of a sudden, these security guards grabbed us. And I was like, what the hell? Like, completely shocked. And they dragged us to this back room of the mall. And then they just started emptying out this kid's pockets and clothes. He had stolen stuff from every store. The security guard had been following us around for so long. We had to sit at the mall and wait for his mom to come get him. I didn't know about any of this. I didn't steal anything. But it was just like, oh, I was such a little goody. I was so shocked. But that is how any time in life, if I'm doing something wrong, if I'm traveling and I have pot on me, I don't need to tell everybody else about it. We can talk about it later. Like, don't include me in the crime that I don't need to be a part of until we're on the other side of that.
You have a conscience.
Yeah, so I do appreciate that he didn't include me in his crime. And because of that, if I'm sinning or committing a crime against whatever nation that I'm traveling to or from, I don't tell the person I'm with till we're in like the hotel room, and I'm like, bitch, guess who's got the joints?
I feel like I was such a little shit in this angle, but also it was like, here's like, if I'm trying to think back the logic that's going through my head, which is still like a underdeveloped, neocortex or precortex, whatever it is. But the logic was that this CD, and let me just pick one that I remember specifically stealing, which was like an expensive one. It was the double Tupac album, and I was just thinking like, there's no way that I'm gonna be able to spend $25 on this thing, and $25 in '90s is like $50 or $60 in today's, right?
Oh, easy.
So it's either I never listen to this thing, or I have to figure out a way to come up with $60 that I'll just spend on a CD. So that like it would have to involve crime anyways to get to that $50 equivalent. So either I just do it here and it's like so easy and out the door, or I just never listen to this, or I only listen to it if like a friend puts it on, or it like happens to come on the radio or whatever. And I just felt like I'm not going to be deprived of sharing in this collective phenomenon of Tupac or whatever it was. I think that Marilyn Manson, NoFX, MXP, I think MXPX even got a lot of the Fat Records for sure. But I mean, like, it almost felt like I was so justified. Like you can't prevent me from participating in this collective society that you're forcing this on me anyways. You're making me want to listen to Tupac through all the marketing and everything else. So like I deserve this. So anyway, I can still justify. I don't feel bad even for a second. It doesn't even feel like a crime.
Well, now the second it comes out with Napster, you might as well. I mean, it was almost foolish of the amount of people that bought stuff from record stores, and then I'm just at home downloading it on Napster. Do you guys ever? Do you ever watch movies, streaming things, whatever, even on Napster, where you were like, dang, like back then, I felt like we all gave to take, like we would all download music to take music. Now,
download radio shows.
Yeah, I haven't uploaded any
Peer to
kind
peer.
of visual thing, and I don't even know how long this stuff, but not like, I just like sometimes when there was pay-per-views, I would watch UFC and I would think, who are the just degenerates that they're not making anything off this? This is just about fucking the man, and I love these people.
And bragging rights. It was who could leak it the first.
Yeah, I just always, I'm like, this is not about, that some things I'm like, this has nothing to do with the money. This is something different. It's like the people that are like, yeah, I could illegally stream this fight, but I'm going to put it up for everybody. That is just like, I don't know.
Sometimes it's geo-blocked by country. So then to remove that and share it, there are a lot of countries in the world outside of US of A. And they all enjoy the stuff that America puts out.
Here's an example.
See the music.
For better or worse, reggaeton would not exist if it weren't for pirated Fruity Loops. Like, and I'm not even saying that as a joke. Like, I know that as an absolute fact that the entire genre of reggaeton would just not have existed, because it basically came to be because they were sharing around these hard drives that had like the same freaking loops and these like Fruity Loops cracked versions amongst all these popular producers in Puerto Rico, and they were all using the exact same sample packs, and that's why so much of that early reggaeton was like the exact same beat, the same drum sounds. They were literally just all sharing the same samples. But like, there's an entire genre of music that is reliant on piracy existing, and there's a lot of other genres that are sort of like that. Like even like the Little Peeps and a lot of the mumble rap stuff, that was just being able to spam 100 tracks onto SoundCloud, and just through sheer numbers, like eventually if you just buy enough lottery tickets, you'll win one, right? So like that was kind of the premise, and it was like a completely different shift from ordering CDs from Columbia House, or if you're a goody like Marcus or Chaney, saving up your allowance for like, you know, a month to buy that one freaking Green Day album that kind of sucked anyways.
I mean, not that I never shoplifted in life. I don't want anyone to think. Just at that point in my life, I was such a goody and so unaware. Like, I did have a like early high school where I was like,
and just to be clear, I feel like
clothes.
Shoplifting music was different, and media. Movies were a little bit harder, but DVDs and videos and music were all fair game. Anything else, I actually feel like there was like a moral barrier, like a physical item that had like physical resources. But on the other hand, this plastic CD, like this thing's gonna end up in a turtle's mouth or in like a landfill anyways. So like I might as well. And I feel even after the fact, I feel even more justified, because if I hadn't stolen that Tupac CD, it might have ended up in a landfill, and now it's just microplastic for no reason at all. At least I got actual value out of it.
Resource allocation.
I used the resource in the short window of time in which it had any value at all, you know?
I'm not justifying any of my shoplifting. But I do think it's kind of crazy, just music that I could sit in the radio and just record it. And the plastic isn't that big of a difference. But if the artist was getting a cut of it and they're like getting their one penny off of it, but I'm sure the record store already had to pay for it anyway.
But if you're doing that, then unless you're also recording like the small gap of silence before you record the next one and like re-editing and splicing it together, you just don't get that convenience of like, let me listen to track 3 of this
when you have like a radio personality that was like, and now you're gonna have love songs from the start, and you'd be like, bitch, stop talking. Stop talking.
You talk over the music, and this is the radio edit anyway, so it's like 2 minutes of a 4-minute song.
Did you guys have records and stuff that you grew up with, or even have now, that have a skip somewhere, and so anytime you hear the song in real life, you are waiting for the same like
a pop?
Yeah, or skippy, like, I don't know. I have a Michael Jackson song. Oh, you know, The Girl Is Mine? Like,
yeah.
I think it's that one. Like, Paul, I'm a lover, not a fighter. And then he says back to him something like, I know, don't you remember? 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 So it's not like you hear that song all the time, but anytime I hear it, my MK Ultra just gets stuck there, where even though the song plays out, my head still does that from however long ago that that I don't even know the last time I heard that song skip. You know, like in life, I haven't listened to.
I had to grab this since we were talking about albums. I haven't put these on yet, but I've been looking for these for so freaking long, and I finally found some that were affordable. I don't know if you're familiar with this. I don't know if you can even see it.
Yeah, we totally can. I'm gonna make you bigger though.
So this is 3, and I got all 3 of them just in case you're wondering. Got all 3. But this is the Myron Fagan Illuminati Council on Foreign Relations album, where it's just a guy ranting about the Jews and the conspiracy theories and the Federal Reserve and the Illuminati for like 3 or 4 hours, essentially. And this is like so OG. This is like where all these claims that you hear Jordan Maxwell talking about, or like Alex Jones or David Icke. It's like, this is the OG part.
So would those go to libraries, like university libraries, education systems?
Maybe if like the John Birch Society like donated to the library at some point, you might find one of these in here.
Or was it mail order where you'd mail and
It actually
requested
was, yeah.
specifically?
There's like a little mail order
Okay. So
thing on
then
the bottom.
to hear that, you'd have to know about the catalog or the magazine that had the mail order ad in the back, and then you have to place. So is this the rarity a reason for it? Because it was hard to obtain.
I think it just wasn't a bop. It's just an
Low
old
print.
guy ranting, so it wasn't
Mhm.
necessarily something that pressed and was selling to all the teenagers. But it also
Yeah.
it's not like necessarily anything groundbreaking. It's just like a guy reading or like ranting about things you can read in many different books, like
Yeah, and that
Hans
audio is
Gate.
archived online now, so anyone can listen to it probably.
100%, yeah.
But you having the
I
physical
want to just
media.
have the physical, like I believe in
Sure.
in like the one irrational thing that I want to believe in supernatural wise is psychometry, and that's
Mhm.
that if I like own a thing that existed at a time, that it somehow gives me a more context of the time itself, just because the physical item that I'm learning from, like the book was printed. If a book about MK Ultra was printed during MK Ultra, like I just feel like
Mhm.
through osmosis, I get something extra out of it. It's irrational, but that's kind of how I feel, that if I have an actual Myron Fagan CFR Illuminati record that was the source for everything else, and it's the real analog original, like I can tell if I put this on my actual record player back there, then like it'll teleport me and make me listen to it in a way that I wouldn't if it were just streaming on YouTube. And I don't know how to qualify what that difference is, but I 100% believe that there is a difference.
I feel that, even though I like you were saying, like audiobook, and I think you can
I don't
gather all the same
I know
information.
that's fire. I don't know what it is, but I know that's absolute fire if you're showing that. It was a cat that said Bible. That
Here,
I'm sure
Lawrence the cat and the
raps.
BLB.
He looks like he raps.
And the BLE.
here,
So when I
you can put
prove
it
to
back
people
on.
that I am a Carman fan, I'm a Carman fan.
Oh, this is the OG Carman. Okay.
This is on the bottom. It says Carman, yo kids. So Carman had a whole, hey, yo kids, we got this cool cat who's going to teach you about the BIBLE. So I am a Carman fan through and through. I collect all of the Carman stuff. Love that guy. And you can open it up and you can see they always have the catalog in there. So there's more Carman stuff you can buy.
Yeah, that was the other thing. And this is just turning into like boomer reminisce nostalgia for a minute, but like also when you're listening to that Carman tape back in the day, you're probably staring at those freaking ads for hours and hours and hours to the point where like you start to want the things that you're the exact same thing in like the back of the catalogs.
Yeah.
All the stupid tchotchkes, if you sell this amount of like wrapping paper or whatever the hell they were trying to get you to sell, like even though it's just tchotchke crap, it's like, damn, that freaking slingshot's looking pretty hot right now just because you've seen it so many damn times, you know?
Have you seen the Sling Bang Boom music video?
No.
Okay, yeah, there's a slingshot in there. It's a story of David and Goliath.
Could you buy a Carman slingshot?
Oh, there's some good marketing ideas that went unrealized.
That's where I actually think you could probably use it and nobody would stop you for the trademark. Wouldn't that be some shit? You end up selling like 1,000 of these things and then you get sued by like some cousin of Carman.
Well, you get the tape and you listen it into the car when you're riding, and then you go home and then you can put in the VHS tape to watch the music videos. So
that's a little overkill.
Well, there's no overkill in the Christian market.
That you know what? That's something that I'm fascinated by.
Christmas and Easter. So then you have this. Well, you get this for Easter. Now, what do you want for Christmas? Well, I want the next thing in the Carman series. Easy, no brainer. That's what it is.
How do you get to the point where you actively want to listen to, and I know we talked about this for like 4 hours collectively already, but like I want to like Carman the way that you liked Carman back in the day, but there's no like different infinite of the realities that I could pick from. There's no reality in which I would be into Carman, even though now, like in retrospect, I wish I would have.
You asked me earlier to be honest with you. Now this is where I come clean and I give you the meta explanation of this sort of Carman obsession. This guy was the first guy who was doing all of the media. He was like the Christian Michael Jackson in some way. So he had all the music videos, he had all the collaborations, he had comic books, movies. He
I
did
didn't know about the
everything.
comic books. Did you tell me about that already?
Trying to, man.
Okay.
I'm trying to explain. His ministry was all encompassing. So he'd go on tour and he'd sing his songs, he'd do his sketches on stage, and then his merch booth had all of the merchandise. And of course, you can buy all the merchandise, so you could mail order this stuff. Christian bookstores would sell it. The guy was the king of all Christian media. He'd hire the best producers, he'd have the most money, and he'd do all of the genres. So there'd be a Christian Carman song that sounded like a country western hit. He'd do like a 1950s rock and roll thing. So it would appeal to all of the family. So your dad or mom would play it in the car and the kids could enjoy it, and everybody in the family from birth to death could get something out of it.
You're describing like this, like I believe you, but also
Right.
part of me doesn't believe you because it's like you're describing this Leave It to Beaver ideal utopian reality where like brother and sister and mom and dad all happen to like the exact same music artist, and that whenever he drops something new, the whole family's excited about it. I feel like there's just part of me that
Mhm.
if it was like, ew, my
It's both the
parents like
place.
this, I don't like this.
Yeah, Carmen. You can read his last name. He had a mononym. So again, I said he was like the Christian Michael Jackson. He was more like the Christian Madonna, going under a mononym. He's Carman. Everybody knows who Carman is. All the churches, but he only existed during a certain period of time when he could do the thing that he did. Maybe other people tried to imitate it, didn't quite have the same success, but he was right time, right place, had the right staff, the right team to do the thing. And by having the Carman memorabilia, which seems so ridiculous. Watching the music videos, they seem ridiculous. They seem like the type of stuff that would inspire AI today. But I show you, here's the tape. This is a real thing. I had this in the 90s. People are not young people, born after a certain age. They're born with an iPad in their hand. They they would struggle to comprehend that this person was a real person, was a sincere person, wasn't like a Weird Al type of a person, but had a sincere belief. And it's crazy. It's a crazy culture thing. And then I tell you about it, and you maybe never heard of it. And I'm
I've
like,
definitely never. You know
I
what?
thought everyone knew who he was. I thought he was the number one artist in the entire world, globe, whatever, because he would send out newsletters with his worldwide tour, and he'd be in front of packed out stadiums, 60 to 80,000 people in stadiums, and there'd be Carmen in the middle, entertaining large audiences, mostly because it was a free will offering. So the tickets were free. You just show up, you'd pack the seats. It was free entertainment for a lot of people. So they would go because it was entertainment, and they could bring all the kids, all the family, and not have to buy tickets for them individually. So a lot of people's first concert was probably a Carmen concert.
I'm
And
just
those are the people I want to meet.
I'm looking on eBay right now,
Yeah.
and you can get 5 different Carmen Yo Kids cassette tapes for $8. So it's not a hard, hobby to break into of
It's
collecting Carmen tapes.
it's saturating the thrift stores. You go to thrift stores anywhere in my area, and a lot of it is Christian material because everyone purchased one copy for their personal home library. And now they're parting with those collections, and you could probably find a lot of VeggieTales, a lot of Christian bands in the CD departments, a lot of Christmas albums that people have parted with. You're not going to go to a thrift store and find a CFR Illuminati album. That's a rare thing.
I
You're
don't
not.
know if you're in the right part of the country where there were the John Birch and churches in
Mhm.
that like crossover, you might find some of those CFR albums.
You might, if you know what you're looking for. It's
I
crazy, crazy world.
how you were like, you can't ever go back and like it as much as he liked it. You know, that it's like
It's
there's
like so wholesome, and it's like it would have solved so many problems if everyone in my family liked the same album.
yeah, I can't even imagine
I
that.
don't even think it was a question of whether I liked it or didn't like it. It's like, what's for dinner tonight? I don't
Carmen.
like the dinner or not like the dinner. It's the dinner. So when the entertainment for the night is the entertainment, you're not going to think this is terrible. It's the entertainment. You're going to sit and watch the entertainment.
I guess that's where we would have differed, because at a certain point, just like staring off into space would have been preferable to something that I didn't find entertaining.
Yeah, I was kind of like that too.
Or disassembling the cassette player, maybe. Like that's what I would have been more interested in. And then no one's listened to Carmen.
And then no more Carmen for anyone, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, and that's again, that's where the Sound and Spirit BMG Record of the Month album came out, and because they already knew my demographic, they already knew my family, we already had all of the mailings from the
So are you going
ministry.
all in on like Amy Grant?
My dad had some of those cassettes. I'm like, oh, whatever. I just listen to all available
That's
music.
Christian music, right? Amy Grant?
Her
Depends on who
first
you ask.
albums, and then she came out with her MTV like baby baby
Yeah.
and blim 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 blim, and once that happened she was no longer a Christian.
Amy Grant and Michael W. Smith are the founders and builders of the modern CCM, contemporary Christian music industry, out of like Nashville, Tennessee area. There's a whole documentary about
In
that.
friends of friends forever.
Yeah.
In the birth of
Yeah. Yep. And then Michael W. Smith writes a song about the Columbine event in April of a year, 1999, April 20th event at a high school in Columbine, about a character who went to that high school. He wrote a whole song album, curriculum all about this. There's this pipeline, this distribution network for churches, youth groups, families, that sort of thing. That's hard to describe if you don't know. If you grew up outside of that, it seems bizarre and weird and cult like, and probably is. But when you're in it and you haven't tried other flavors, you haven't experienced other things. When I got that Sound and Spirit catalog, and it's like, well, do you like worship music, contemporary music, or rock music? I'm like, I think I'm old enough to listen to rock music now. That's where they sent me the first CD. It was like the 77s. Wasn't too familiar with it. I think I maybe sent it back. I don't have it. The next one they sent me was called Drawing Black Lines by a band called Project 86. I liked the number 86. I had an affinity towards the number 86, so I kept the Project 86 album, and that thing was heavy, detuned guitars. Probably sounded more like Korn or Limp Bizkit or Rage Against the Machine. The guy from the band Project 86 had done a collab with Sonny Sandoval from POD at that time. They were in California.
Was POD Christian?
They've always been. Payable on death, guy on a cross.
I all of this went completely over my head because
That's symbols, man. You didn't see the symbols in the POD album with the jaw man? They had the Christ figure with the dreads all the time in all their album art on their bus, their party bus.
You know what though? Because
rock the party all night long. What do you think that means?
It was like all metal guys and stuff had crosses. It was like Ozzy Osbourne has a cross.
Yeah.
Like Slayer, I think Slayer has like very biblical imagery on a lot of their stuff, right? Like they almost had to be
or Madonna, like a virgin, and Madonna always had, her name was Madonna. I didn't think it was Christian music.
Well, religious iconography is one thing. Specific Christian iconography is maybe another thing. If you're trained to see the biblical, evangelical, American symbology in the Christian stuff, these are like all inside jokes that youth group kids would have been taught in Sunday school and the culture. So we would absorb it, we would understand it, and those symbols would be signifiers to our parents that this is okay music to listen to. we'd use the word secular, meaning outside of the church kids, they'd listen to MXPX, they listened to Tooth and Nail bands, they listened to POD because POD was on MTV, they listened to Evanescence. Wow, that's a cool goth band. They formed out of a Christian youth group. Amy did with Ben.
I like how when you describe this, it reminds me of M. Night Shyamalan's The Village.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Don't tell them the twist, though.
Yeah.
I honestly think we all live in versions of that all the time. And like even watching the panel makes me realize, because I'm like, sometimes I hear people tell me about their walk of their life in their state or city. And I'm like, I don't even believe those people are out there. But I'm on a little island and where I hang out with like very selective people. And then I get time and I do this, that. Then I'm like, oh, where I'm like, I don't even know how I'd have a conversation if with somebody and they were like trying to talk about the benefits of the NASA program. And I'm like, I don't even know if I believe in the moon today. Like, I'm just so far away from like a normal where they'd be like,
Velcro.
What? Yeah. Like,
okay.
I try to like pump my brakes sometimes but I'm just getting to a place where I'm like, I don't know. I don't know about so much stuff. And it's not even if the most educated person in the world comes on and tells me about the thing, and then the person that believes in the opposite, and then the contrarian, and then I can listen to all of them now and just be like, you all make fair points. I still don't know. And I'm okay to sit in this spot of like tomorrow, I still might have a whole different idea of what I think of this. I think, I just am so far away from feeling the need to convince anyone that the way I feel is right today, because I don't know how I'm going to feel tomorrow. And I've been guilty of debating somebody years ago where they're like, bitch, I even think this because you're the one who taught me this. And now I'm fighting with you against this thing. And sometimes I'm like, that's literally anything that goes through my head. You just described any thought that goes through my own brain. Like, I'm fighting with myself about it before things even come out of my mouth. So I just living in a world where people just think like, oh, and I learned this in school, so it's real. And I learned this in college, so it's real. And I learned this on the news, and it's real. I read this in the paper, so it's real. Like, that is so far away from my reality that it's just like mind blowing. Like, we live in these two different
GPT, so it's real.
Yeah, or like Grok, is this real? It's just like
I like doing that just to piss people off at this point. Like, if you ever see me doing that, I don't care what Grok says, but it's like, because I know someone's gonna be like, how dare you ask Grok? And I don't know. I think there's just something genuinely interesting about like publicly having one of these models like express its opinion or its thoughts, because then people get angry at this like math formula. It's like getting angry that someone added two like scary numbers together and got another scary number, and then being mad at them for like adding the numbers together in the calculator.
Sure, and that's sort of taking Grok explanation at face value. Grok, what happened in Columbine, Colorado, April 20th, 1999? Grok will just give you the short summary of that event that happened. Now, you're not asking Grok, what are the interpretations of that event? What did it mean to Michael W. Smith when he wrote the song about the girl who said yes? And because she said yes, pew pew, she's not with us anymore. She was brave and courageous. Grok cannot grok the human complexity and the meaning of a symbol and a folk figure over time, like Cassie Bernal.
I want to say that the word grok itself, which means to understand, is a sci-fi term of somebody that was acquaintance of L. Ron Hubbard, that they were both getting their stories were getting published in the same sci-fi magazines. So they were like aware of each other. I don't know if they were necessarily friends or anything, but that there is a loose tangential thread between the word grok itself and Scientology.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I think it means more than understanding. It's like a recognition in totality, like from that cultural perspective type of thing. It's So you can be like, yeah, I understand that, and then I get the face value above it, yeah, whatever. Go on to the next topic, type of a thing. But now we're back to the meaning of a message and the skeleton key of society. What does 8647 spelled out in seashells mean today at this point in culture? Does it mean that there's a side, a group of people that want to assassinate the president of the United States of America? Is that what it means at face value? It seems to be it's a threat. And anybody who now wears any merchandise with the numbers 8647 are now domestic terrorists and are a threat to political figures. That's one reading of wearing the merchandise.
It's a call for that. It's basically like, and like, you know what? The biggest problem I have with the 8647, it's the equivalent of somebody do something, which is like one of the most annoying cries to hear in any situation, because basically it's saying it's critical theory in a statement. It's like, there's a problem, somebody fix it. And then if you get enough people just saying that thing over and over again, it's like, you know what, James Comey, how about you just go do it? You know, like, instead of putting seashells in the sand, and like, because otherwise it's just offloading this frustration onto the rest of the world. It's screaming, somebody do something.
It is kind of like a in an MK Ultra way, which that's something else this week, is I guess the CIA, there's all these new MK Ultra papers coming out from the CIA.
They're like 3,000 pages or something crazy.
Request?
I don't think it is. I don't know if it's a year thing that it's eventually, you know how certain things get opened after a certain time.
Like 80-year periods.
Yeah, I have not looked into it yet at all, because I always wait to see. I'm like, is this real? Like I never know at first until I see some people I start to trust post it, because it's just like, I'm reposting Alan Marcus's like, there was just a tornado in my backyard, and then I'm like, breaking tornado in Indiana. Like whatever, that's like the new way. And then Thomas sees it and he's like, just happening, Indiana's experiencing bad weather. It's like the way that the news is actually coming out, it's truer than the news. I guess it used to just be like a van driving there to the spot where they got some information.
A weather van, a microwave truck, reporting live from the scene.
I know, that's what it used to be. Now it's just like, you're reporting live. Like the same way we're all working from home. They don't even need to send out news vans anymore. That costs money. I'm like, hi, I'm putting my life on the line for this moment, and hopefully it goes viral.
There was, I can't remember, there was a documentary about the Ohio college murders. It was like the guy that like killed like the 3 or 4 people in like a sorority house or something. Anyways, there was a documentary about how all of these self-appointed social media investigators, and the way that they were able to just elevate themselves onto the national stage was that if a tragedy happened, they were only like a $40 airline ticket to just jump onto the scene. Here I am outside the house where these people got murdered, 3 days ago or whatever. And now all of a sudden their footage is right, like in the algorithm, it's neck and neck with CNN and MSNBC and Fox News on the scene, because they're on the scene. And I wish more people that we knew did that. Somebody do something.
Yeah, that should be somebody live on the scene, or make a news network of a couple trusted.
Drop $80 to go be on the scene of some breaking thing, and then spout your Gematria or whatever it is. Like, you will end up getting 100.
So you are encouraging young people today to take up the mantle left behind by former InfoWar host Alex Jones?
He didn't necessarily always go onto the scene. He went on the scene if it happened to be in Texas, but there was a lot of crazy things that went. But yeah, absolutely, man. Like the Alex Jones that I fell in love with was the one that got arrested at SeaWorld because they unveiled a thumbprint fast pass thing, and he was like, "This is the mark of the beast, and you're trying to teach it to children," and they actually have to drag him. And then he went and did it the DMV like 3 days later. And it blew my mind. Like, this guy's getting arrested like twice in 1 week about thumbprint scanners at the DMV and SeaWorld, and like it forced me to reflect on everything in my life. It was the same moment when I realized I was never going to be a professional skateboarder, because the most badass guys at the skate park that would show up and just run every single half pipe and quarter pipe, and it was like, what's the secret? And every single time it's like, you got to get used to breaking bones. You got to, like, you're going to break your leg, you're going to break your arm. And I was like, I'm never going to be a skateboarder again. Like, I think I just went and got rollerblades that day or something.
Something gay. You
Yeah,
were like, I just went and got rollerblades and got new albums from the Publishers
Swivel your
Clearinghouse.
hips as you're going down the beach.
Jim, welcome.
What's up, guys?
The
Chaney,
other, Uncle Ted
Thomas.
Talks, Weaving
going,
Spiders. Jim.
Going well. Marcus, glad to be here.
That's me. I was just sharing a little bit of Carman, trying to build up a Carman fan club again. And I think maybe the idea
Sponsor.
that we were talking about earlier, sort of, being a curator, an archivist. There are people who are like true crime podcasters, and
Sorry.
I heard my name again, and I was like, oh, God.
Carmen?
Carman wants me to leave his fan club. Yeah, so the idea that there are people online who have the podcasting equipment, they can live stream, but they don't have a purpose or a reason or a beat to cover or something. There's this genre of true crime, so they need true crime to happen, and then they can become the curator of facts of the true criminal. And I'm not saying I'm doing that intentionally, but I may have collected some works of true criminals that no one's talked about enough. Do you remember the guy who cut his dad's head off and then put it in a cooler and then showed it off one time on a live stream?
I feel like I've heard of it, but I don't
No.
remember anything about it. No.
Justin
Wow.
Mohn, age 33, Mohn. He had published, I think, music online before they wipe all of his stuff. So if we're
Like a
talking,
Manson.
well, rare art from individuals, if you can find the social media and scrape it and save it all before it goes offline, then you've got an opportunity for bootlegs or to tell the guy's story. Because I thought that was going to be a huge story, but I guess, you decapitate your father's head and you keep it in a cooler for a while, and then finally you bring it out and show it off, and the people were debating whether or not it was actually a head or was it just an elaborate prop, more like Kathy Griffith with the head representing
It already
someone that
sounds
looked like a head.
performative.
Yeah.
Right, but there's a whole true crime fan stand thing about who are you the most fascinated by, which gets us back to Uncle Ted Kaczynski.
How do you get ahead in music?
Talking Heads.
That was a
Really,
moment.
Brent?
Chaney, you were in the music industry for a moment in time too, right? Like
A
what,
little bit.
What disillusioned you? Was there like a specific event where you were like, oh, this is not my jam anymore?
I feel like I got kind of lucky because of I worked with in a genre of music that I knew nothing about until I got there. So everybody that was famous was not famous to me. And so it really gave me a leg up on the people. Like, I was from the South and I liked like old soul music, like my genre of music from the punk rock place I was. And so like nerdy me, dude, like some real famous people would get off stage, but I didn't know them. I only knew them like hanging out with, like, I'm hanging out with you guys every day. And then all of a sudden they'd be like, oh, this person's performing tonight. Do you want to go to the concert? Of course I want to go. And then I'd see them on stage, but this is what they always did. But I would be like, I am so proud of you. Like, people thought it was so funny how I would handle that. Like, I was just like, oh my gosh, I had no idea. Like, look at you, were just up there playing your guitar. Like, you know, like I just had no relation to them. But then I think working in radio of it, the biggest disillusionment I always say is when Clear Channel didn't own our station, but they slowly bought all of our commercial spots. And so one of the commercial spots, they just played Mr. Brightside. And so it was just like, we got to choose our entire list every day. And it was so rad to be like, you might hear Billie Holiday and then the next song's Floggy Molly. And then the next song, it was just like no rhyme or reason to how the morning went. And then this commercial was Mr. Brightside and it looked like we played it. It was suck, but it was just
makes it look organic. Yeah, like all the radio stations happen to be tastemakers.
Yeah, like that's where I first was just like, oh my gosh, this is how they push every song and every artist. And it made me realize like the entire top 40 was fake. That was just advertising. Those people were all paying for this spot, and the higher they moved, it was just like the same way as the fake clout or putting your name on a building or like
New
I
York
don't know,
Times
a fake story.
bestseller list.
Yes, exactly. Where it's like, you even wonder with those artists for the Publishers Clearinghouse, how many of them were like Hillary Clinton books where, oh, we're going to give this to everybody who, you know, gets a Volkswagen this year. We're going to give them a free copy of this book. And then all of a sudden she's higher on the list. You almost wonder, were all those artists, fake artists, pushed by the record company? And then we were just buying the trash of the sale that was already marked on the chart. So it was making them look like they were number one in top 10 selling album. But really that was all the shit that was going to be sold to us later on for a penny.
That was something early on, like maybe 4 or 5 years after YouTube became a thing, after the first like Zoo videos. But it was, you can look it up right now. There was like a massive scandal where Sony and I want to say like Universal and at least 2 other huge labels all got busted for just inflating their artists with like now it's commonplace. You'd expect, like, if you're releasing an album and your label's not botting you views, you're like, what the hell rinky dink label am I signed at? They're not even buying me 200,000 views. But that was like a big thing back then that everyone considered it to be organic. And then once they actually removed all of those like botted views, it was almost as if these major recording artists were getting the same traction as SoundCloud artists. But like Sony and Universal couldn't let that happen because they just told their artists like, hey, you know, we just loaned you 200 grand to record this album and all this great work we're doing. And then you would have to think like, but you know, Justin Bieber just uploaded this in his bedroom and he didn't have to spend $200,000. Like where, like, how is this not equating? And I think it's another conspiracy, I think, deep down, and how that whole thing was orchestrated.
They're all fake. It's so crazy to me though, but even that in this moment where I'm like, oh my gosh, that's how they did it. I always wondered, like the same way as the books where they're like, this is the #1 selling book of all time. And I'm like, well, if you put it in every single hotel room, that sure will push the sales up. And so that's how I'm like, oh, well, they're like, oh, U2 with their #1 selling song. Well, if you force it on all of our iPhones to prove you have a back door to it, then I guess we all want Lemon. Like, that's how it all kind of feels like, oh, none of us really like Blink 182 was always put here. So now they'd tell us about aliens. Like, it wasn't so they could sell us a whole bunch of rhetoric back then. It was so they were implanted in our nostalgia. So we'd even care to watch that episode of Joe Rogan.
Blink 182 is selling you on aliens the same way that like boomers are getting sold Hyundai and like SUVs listening to like 60s and 70s classics, right? Like Billy Ocean is selling you a Hyundai the same way that Tom DeLonge is selling you a UFO.
Yeah, it's exactly the same. It's the exact same way. You're like, hi, I'm Julia Roberts. Do you have a bad knee? Take this pill. Like, it's the exact same. It's kind of mind-blowing to me, like these characters that were just put here, like Disney. Yeah. It's very Disney kid to put, but we're just like, oh, Brittany and Justin, they're Disney. Nope, it was all of this. It was all of it. It wasn't just Nickelodeon. It wasn't just Disney. It was even these kids that Drew Barrymore is a Barrymore.
I actually have another one recently that I've had to come to terms with. It like forced me to reflect on my entire being, like how I grew up. But there was this Hulk Hogan series like a 4-part doc. Have anyone else seen this, or am I the only one?
What one?
But it's called Hulk Hogan, American Hero, or something like this. And rewatching this, because I was one of those kids that grew up and Hulk Hogan was kind of like a Jesus. He was sort of like a godlike figure because he was like Mr. All America, and he just had like the branding and the song, like everything. I was just the right age during his kind of peak in the late 80s to early 90s. And rewatching this, and they're showing that one of the reasons that he got so big is because he ends up fighting this guy that was actually like an ex-bodyguard of Iran in the Madison Square Garden right during the Iran hostage crisis, and it turned into this like big theatrical show about, you know, America is going to beat Iran because Hulk Hogan just beat, and I'm blanking on the name, the Shah or something.
Iron Sheik?
Yeah, the Sheik, the Iron Sheik.
Yeah.
The
So it was
Iron
like-
Sheik, you beach.
But the fact that Hulk Hogan beats the Iron Sheik during the Iran missile crisis or hostage crisis, it was like America's back, baby. And it was like this invigorating feel. And I don't know, 5 or 6 when this is happening. So I'm only feeling the after effects, and I see everyone around me cheering Hulk Hogan on, and he just kind of becomes like a wholesome sort of like American role model for me. And I'm watching the documentary, and it's like, I didn't want that. Like I was snorting coke, you know, that night I snorted coke and all this stuff. So like the fact that I'm watching this, I'm like, man, I didn't realize that one of these huge role models that like made me feel pro-America and like American Eagles and like all of it, like of course it was all an act. Like it wasn't obvious, but at the time, but now it's obvious in retrospect. And I feel like if you went back and dissected everything you ever liked as a kid, it's just like, oh, somebody sat down and figured out how to make me like this, and that's why I like it. Like it was never organic.
It's all children's programming. It's all children's programming.
I agree with that.
I'm convinced now that Legos was all so that we would be used to putting together piece of shit furniture. Like we would be like, oh my gosh, IKEA's fine. This is just what we do. When it's like, no, it's not supposed to be this way. This is not the kind of furniture we want. But I'm just like, I love Legos, but
It's kind of a disciplinarian thing too. Here's your Lego set. Here are the instructions. Follow them. Complete the thing, and then maybe you get another Lego set. Did you have parents like that, where it's like, you got one Lego set, you have to assemble this one, and then wait, and then the next birthday or Christmas or Holiday, then we'll get you another Lego set?
my parents never had to threaten me with
Yeah.
putting together my Lego set.
I was encouraged to just make whatever the hell I wanted. If it was a submarine and I made a race car, like more power to you, as long as you like leave us alone and let us do adult
Once
stuff.
you open the set, you need to assemble the set according to the directions, then show it
I
off.
didn't grow up
and
in a
you take it
dictatorship.
apart.
I do feel like I was probably an easy kid in that way. Like even when Thomas said I'd probably try to take apart the radio, I did that. Like my parents would be like, I just imagine if I was quiet too long, they should come check on me. Didn't ever need my parents to entertain me ever in life. Like I was always, so even like Lego sets, maybe I would bring out the completed thing I felt was done, but I was more insulted if they interrupted me in my time. Like,
Yeah, I feel that.
I was just like, what do you need? And they're I'm just checking on you. I'm just looking in here, like just,
Nice.
and I'd be sitting on the floor with my like Legos all spread out, like, okay. And I even remember my mom being like, so many little pieces. Make sure you pick them up. Make sure you get all those every time. Like I care about this thing. Of course I'm going to get like.
So receiving a Lego set is not an opportunity for a biblical lesson in self-discipline, commitment, follow through, and integrity, and completing what you set out to start and to begin with. It's like, you get the Lego set now. This is a great opportunity and a great privilege. You need to follow the directions, follow through, complete the thing, and then benevolence, reward, wealth, all these great things come to you.
It fits so well into like a biblical upbringing because it's so structured and like this is the rule, and if you don't do the rule, we're all disappointed in you. And like,
Mhm.
and I think I just like I checked out. It was around the same time that I realized that when my parents said you're grounded, I just realized like there's not a magic freaking force field that's preventing me from leaving this house. Like, what do you mean I'm like bye? You know what I mean? Like, and that would blow my friends' minds. Like, you did what? And was like, I realized that there was no force field, so I opened the door and I walked out the door. And funny enough, it turns out I wasn't grounded. Like they thought I was, but you know, laws of physics. They don't get it. And it was like what Marcus usually describes here was just like, yeah, no, I heard that at one point, but I heard them saying that out the door as I was like riding my bike down the street, and then I came home like 2 days later.
And I've met your parents, and I just wonder what you put them through.
It was not. It's one of the reasons I don't want kids. Is like I know that's how karma would find.
You have a rebel gene inside of you. Is that what it is? The rebel gene. We were talking about epigenetics and
maybe. I mean, I was a preemie, so I think that goes along with the Springmeier theory.
Mm-hmm.
That's where you decide when you're going to be born.
Yeah.
Your conception date doesn't matter. Like your spirit, like if every ritual was done about conception before and everything was moon children and whatever, let's say this whole tribe or this group of covenant, this whole little ritual to have you on a certain date, you were like, nope.
Yeah, today's the day.
Nope. This is when I'm, that is, maybe
I
that's
want to
the
believe
separation.
that astrologically, somehow I knew in the womb when GTA 6 was going to come out, and like somehow my stars align for like the release date of GTA 6.
What comes out first? Half-Life 3?
No, I think it'll be GTA 6, and hopefully there's also a new flavor of Mountain Dew that gets released on that same day, and that will make all that's the reason why I was born prematurely.
Okay. Well, I identified the problem. You carried the rebel gene, and you don't want to have offspring, so you're not allowing the rebel gene line to continue. This is kind of selfish for you. I think you hate freedom and humanity.
I mean, that seems like a rebel gene kind of thing to do.
Yeah, it's rebellious against rebellion.
Yeah. I'm like punk against punk. I'm like Johnny Rotten voting for Trump, even though I don't live in the States.
Rage against the machines that telling you to get a vaccine.
Rage against the machine in my own way.
Yeah. Like, go get vaccinated. Like, that was weird. That was a weird time in history.
Gross. Yeah.
Where it was like, oh, well, at least we have Fred Durst. He was probably like so pissed where he's like, what the fuck? I wear that red hat every day and they're trying to steal my flair. I don't know.
Did you start out as a Christian band too?
Limp Bizkit?
Or did they just cover a George, like what was the George Michael song? No.
Faith. Yeah, they did.
Faith No More?
No, that like, and you gotta have faith. It was like Marilyn Manson covering the Annie Lennox song.
Who is that though? You gotta have faith.
It was George Michael, and then Limp Bizkit covered
George Michael. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Boom, 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 boom.
He made it sound like a Christian, like a hardcore Christian song, but maybe that was because that was the exact time that I'm going to like hardcore Christian concerts. Was the first time I heard that first Limp Bizkit album. Sure. Was it $3 Bill or something?
The first line of the song, I think, is like doom to doom to doom, like about touching your body.
Oh.
I know not everybody has got a body like you.
That sounded pretty Catholic to me.
Oh yeah, you were like, oh, they're just. Oh, I thought it said blood and body. Then it wouldn't be sexual immediately. You'd be like, I just thought it was Catholic. They take the blood and body. Nobody's got it like you. And they're like, I just thought you were singing about Jesus.
Transubstantiation.
That's a stale biscuit.
I remember I brought this up on a show with Juan a while ago, and it like blew a bunch of people's minds. And I didn't realize it was that big of a deal. I figured everyone did this, but that when I would go to after I got my confirmation and I went to Mass, I would receive the Eucharist, but I would like pinch it like at the front of my lips and make sure that my teeth and my tongue did not touch it. and I would like work it back to the pew, and then I'd find a way at some point, like 5-10 minutes later, to excuse myself and go to the bathroom, and I would like carefully take it out of my mouth and stick it in my pocket. And I did this for months and months and months until I had like a whole stack of these Eucharists. And I also ended up like I helped to like set up the chair. I wasn't an altar boy, but I worked in like the back rooms to like get ready for altar boys. So I actually got to open the box of the Eucharists before they made their way to mass and got blessed and went through the transubstantiation ritual. So at a certain point I had amassed like 20 blessed Eucharists, and then I stole 20 unblessed Eucharists. And I spent so much time, I like would burn one, like the unblessed, and I'd burn the blessed one. Okay, I didn't see any difference there. Then I'd like mash one together. Then I'd like drip like weird things from the kitchen, thinking I was an alchemist, trying to figure out like what is the objective difference between these two things. Like this thing's obviously magical.
Set and setting. You took
like,
it out of the set and setting. It doesn't work. It has to work within the proximity of the priest and the blessing and the church and the congregation. But once you take it out, it changes back.
It turns out that's blasphemous. I didn't realize how blasphemous, I guess, that concept is, that I was smuggling the body of Christ out of church. Like, who cares if I eat it right then and there or if I save it for later, right?
Yeah, like what about if you're like spiritually, I feel like I need it more on Wednesdays.
Exactly, right? Like maybe I'm going to need this on Tuesday, not on a Sunday. I'm in church. I don't need
You're
it
like,
right
I have
now.
a test on Wednesday and this could go a long way for me in the morning if I could just have a little body of Christ.
You're not even kidding, because it was like, maybe if I just have this in my pocket on that math test on Thursday I didn't study for, maybe like God's going to have my back just a little bit more because I got the body of Christ on my person.
Or why do I have to eat the whole thing today? Could I have some on Thursday and some on Sunday, like Saturday?
Microdose the Eucharist.
This is why priests
baseball
today
game.
have everyone line up, and he serves that, and he's like, "Okay, open your mouth wide, lift your tongue up," and he shines a little flashlight in there.
Yeah.
It was consumed because so many people are just not actually taking in the communion.
They're also, it turned into like Nurse Ratched.
They're like, how are we going to get them to take all these pills? They're never just going to take poison. They'll take it. We'll mark it with a line and put a little sigil on it. They'll take it. Like, I just even feel like drinking all out of the same cup as a child. As a child, I was like, I would see like wipe it with the cloth, and then the next person wipe it with the cloth, and the next person wipe it. I was so like, I hate this.
You know what's even crazier in Catholic mass?
And it was so gold. It was such a royal looking cup that everyone was drinking out of it. It was like a king's cup.
The business opportunity happened at 2012 when the communion sacrament, the little piece of bread, the flesh, and the little grape juice, blood, wine thing, they'd put them in like sealed lunchable containers. So it would be sealed, and then they'd sell them to churches.
That's Baptist Protestant crap, though. That's not Catholic. Catholics never did that, I don't think.
Holy water. Catholics will sell holy water like an MF. You can buy also tons of rosaries. You can get also each saint on a different little cloth that you can wear under your clothes. That's different than
very Mormon.
Yeah, Catholics have a merch store.
I remember that same thing you're talking about, where like you would, because I was a chaplain in the military too. Like for some reason, I always felt like I had to serve the church, even if I wasn't fully on board. I was like, I need to keep my enemies closer, right? So I'm chaplain, and that was the same thing. You'd see like the old retired general come up and slurp his gross lips all over the edge of the cup, and then the priest would come and like wipe it, but he wouldn't quite wipe it as far as that guy's lips were getting all up on it. At the end of the mass, after everyone in this entire thing had gone through this, in Catholic mass, you're not allowed to pour the wine down the drain, because that's literally the blood of Christ. So one of the perks of being a chaplain is you get to get drunk every Sunday, because you have to drink all of the excess. But also thinking back, like you're just drinking the backwash of like every single person that like, you know, like fat lift this thing. And that was 4 masses every single Sunday. So I was just chugging people's backwash nonstop.
But you probably have a killer immune system.
That was where I was going. I was thinking the same exact thing. You'd have taken in your community's allergies path, whatever that thing is, whatever it is.
I want to believe that it's the blood of Christ that helps me more than everybody else's germs.
That could be.
Yeah, this is really what I think it is. I do think that priests do know terrain theory.
Most likely, yeah.
I also think it's so interesting that all the religious men used to be like the beer makers and the wine makers. Like the monks made the best beer. This is what they were known for. So I'm like, how much of it, of being some sort of intoxicant, was first getting the people to the party? Like when you first started your church, like ladies drink free. And then, you have to build your congregation somehow. So it is interesting. Like,
What I definitely believe the original Eucharist was a mushroom or some kind of psychedelic, and that the original blood of Christ, the wine, was like a kykeon. It was like some sort of like heavy psychedelic. So when the priest gave you the body of Christ, by the time you made it back to your seat, you're like in another world. That makes so much more sense to me about how serious people would have taken that subject matter.
oh yeah, imagine anyone stand in front of a one. I think when you get high on certain psychedelics, it's different than other drugs where you get high with your collective. Whoever you're with, you're kind of on this little journey together. So if you guys all have the same cruise director, and then there's all this power in this beautiful building and the walls are painted and things, like it could be like you might go out into the world for the week after you got your sermon and actually stay in that lane of thought for
I
a
would
little
be
bit.
such a different person if they actually just let us take mushrooms in Sunday mass and then just chill out and look at the cool colored lights and listen to the cool music and the weird acoustics, and like to do that and not feel like I'm either going to get kicked out or arrested or grounded. Or it just feels like that would have been such a better society than anything I've ever been offered. And it would have been such a small thing to allow people to just take mushrooms in church.
Oh,
Even
it's
the
so meaningful.
stories. Go on, Jen.
I was
Sorry.
microdosing for a little while, every single day, just taking a little bit, and I did it for a couple of weeks. And the very end of 2 weeks, it was Easter, and so I took a double dose, and then I went to church.
A double
And
microdose?
double microdose, and it shouldn't have hit me, but it hit me hard, like really hard. And I had this like really spiritual experience. Like I was like, Ted Kaczynski, like it is done. Like I was like, the Bible, Jesus's words are in red. That's a balance sheet. He's balancing the debt. And I was just like started crying in church. I was like, oh my God, it all makes sense. It's it's a legal document. It's a financial document. It's not just spiritual, but like he's also his blood and his body pay our debts to Rome. All that stuff. So I was like, wow. And then I went home and had like the most introspective, blow my brains out kind of trip where I was like, oh my God, I'm a terrible human being. Like, I can't believe that all these things about myself that now I see, like, holy shit. It was.
But now imagine
laughing
everyone
at you,
else
I
at
feel you.
church that day was all doing the same thing, and it wouldn't have been taboo for someone to be like, that guy's tripping on mushrooms, because it's like we're all tripping on mushrooms right now.
And then imagine the spot where they're like, okay, everyone, stand up in the congregation and shake hands or hug your neighbor. And, like at first you're like, yay, Thomas, Jim. And then you're like, hi, just meeting you. But imagine if you're on mushrooms, how different that would be. Yeah, you'd be like, oh, and you just both heard the same thing that you're both touched by.
Yeah.
I mean, when you were talking about the vaccines earlier, I was like, imagine a world when you got your vaccine through a blue dolphin or like a white Rolls Royce pressed pill or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we would just take whatever.
Yeah,
like now as a
seriously.
conspiracy theorist where I'm like, F the man. It would be like if any one of you came up to me in a club and were like, this has a Mitsubishi logo on it. I'd be like,
what is it?
yeah, literally. We were in a weird time of pressed pills. I almost feel like the government got mad at us and they were like, look at all these pills they're pressing. We can do that. And then it was like, boom, we got. I saw something today that it was like, do you ever sometimes wish that Y2K would have happened? You know, like it was such a scary thing then, but now looking back, gosh, that might have not been the worst.
It does feel like they were setting up the new millennium for that very question. Do we want to continue as a society to connect everything with wires and go wireless and everything has an Internet of Things, Wi-Fi access? Because that's where it goes inevitably. It develops the technology, then it maximizes the technology, then it overutilizes the technology. And we kind of had a decision point, 1999 going into 2000, we have to decide. And then we all sort of went complicit with it. We didn't say no, so the answer was by default yes, and we were ushered into that.
I like the theory that the technological advancements that we got from like the last 20 years, that it wasn't even necessary. It was more deterministic. Like it wasn't human ingenuity that we're building technology like the transistor and then the microchip, and then like it wasn't necessarily humans building up to the year 2000 and then all of a sudden we've get AI and internet. It was the year 2000 itself. It was the number 2000 that ushered all of that in, and like we're all just busy patting ourselves on the back about how great human achievement is, but it's almost like this would have happened regardless. It was the year that did it. It was the millennium that did it, and it was not humans. I know how deterministic and crazy that sounds, but the more I think about it, the more it's like such an intrigue, because what makes that even more intriguing is that now the year 2000 is no longer arbitrary. It's not just some random emperor was like, we're going to reset the clock right now, and like now we're going to count. Because like how much of a crazy coincidence that the year 2000 Y2K is kind of like this central point in which, like Marcus was just saying, that you get Wi-Fi and you get AI and you get this interconnectivity. Just a coincidence that it happened at the millennium.
It's a good marketing point too. It's like 2,000 years, but then that sort of cements Western civilization on the Gregorian calendar, because not everyone was measuring to say this new year in December around the globe is happening for everybody. There's different New Year's celebrated in different cultures, and they have different calendar accounts. So for America and the Western world to take the year 2000 and brand it and sell T-shirts and those glasses that were like 200 around the eyes and all the merchandise, so the world could experience the 2000 together. I mean, that was a huge marketing thing for all of humanity to come under one global unified celebration in alignment with the World Wide Web and mass communication, allowing those celebrations to be live streamed to AOL chat rooms and early, Real Media Player, all happening at the same time. So you could watch the celebrations, a couple frames at a time happening, different balls dropping in different areas. That was a huge celebration.
I like the idea that it was a marketing thing to push like the Western concept, because you know what else is happening during that exact same time is that English is becoming an international standard, because every programming language is in English. Even if you're in China or India and you're programming, you're writing the words if and you're writing words then and the word end and start. Like, even if you don't know the English language, you have to know it enough to tell the computer in English. And that was also ubiquitous, which feels like another big marketing push for the Western culture. Like, even if you don't want to accept our culture, if you want to use technology and computers and smartphones, you still have to learn English.
Just so you know, Lucy, the whole time in my head, I've been in the year 2000, in the year 2000. Just so you know, because I'm totally
more marketing. That's the meme of the thing. You got the vocal stim, the memory, the earworm. So now you're always going back to before and after 2000. 2,000 years ago goes to year zero. Well, what happened at year zero? What does that point to?
And Y2K, it was almost like they were going to be like, okay, this is what we're going to do. All the conspiracy theorists, they're going to run out and say the internet's not going to work. They're all going to prep. So by the time the shit really hits the fan, everyone is going to think those people are crazy. And so it was just like, and they started inundating us with false flag after false flag. It was right before 9/11 happened. And so all the people that were actually prepared and to tell everybody that the government was going to do this, they had already told their family, you better get a bunker. You better get some cans of food because Y2K. So everybody, when 9/11 happened, they were like, we're not listening to you about your inside jobs. Okay, Uncle Jim, go put your shipping container in the ground and have fun. Like, we're going to listen to George Bush. We obviously got to go to war.
Sure.
Like,
And it
I
wasn't
felt like it was part of the
just
tale.
New York City. It wasn't just September 11th. There was a sniper going around the DC area. There was anthrax in the mailbox. People were glued to CNN 24/7 because there was a new attack on the American way of life, which goes back to the idea of the West is in a war for hearts and minds, spreading democracy, the Western way, celebrating 2000. That's an English sort of American sort of Gregorian calendar. That's the cultural dominance being confirmed and reaffirmed over and over again.
That was their Hulk Hogan.
Exactly. And I wonder if the Hulk Hogan thing with the Iron Sheik, sort of a sympathetic magic to say he goes and fights the Iron Sheik as a stand-in for the American figure, defeating the Iranian figure, and clearly Hulk Hogan defeats the Iranian figure, meaning America, the Western Empire, democracy, politics, this sort of thing, is going to eventually defeat Iran. So Iran might as well give up, but Iran never gave up, and they use Lego figures today and artificial intelligence to create these Lego movies, which are absolutely, I can't say, you guys have to see for yourself. I'm not going to say it's good or bad. I'm going to say these things exist, and that's fascinating. Let's not jump to conclusions too quickly. Don't count Iran out yet. I think they're still in this.
I think that there is a good, in the storyline, America didn't have a war during the Hulk Hogan time. So you had to have this faux masculine movie that was kind of always playing. So there's this upbringing of WWE, and it's like pre-92. Like Hulk Hogan falls off by the early 90s. Like, but he owns the 80s.
Because he fell off because he was winning too much. That was the reason he fell off, is because like he would show up and you're like, oh, I wonder who's winning this match, right? It was like always going to be Hogan.
But they even told us, like, right before we go into war again, Hulk Hogan turns NWO and then Wolfpack. Like, even the character that they tell us is the character that's pro-America right before we take this turn of having the Bush presidency reign. He's NWO Wolfpack. So it's like even Hogan takes a turn for a little while, but then he dies. Sympathetically, he's on Netflix right now. And in a weird way, we're all watching these same nostalgic moments of his first fights with the Iron Sheik. Oh, Iran, America. And it's kind of, again, like in our nostalgia of this same, without even knowing it, like.
But you know what's sad is if we had another WrestleMania in 2026 where it was the Iron Sheik versus Hulk Hogan, the Iron Sheik would be scripted to win this time.
Yeah, and be a black woman.
Well, that was a granted. It's actually racist that you didn't assume that and you had to specify it.
Yeah, that is true. I'm so short-sighted. The Iron Sheik. The Iron Sheik was still like a radio character on Howard Stern into like the early 2000s, and he was still funny. I don't know how much of it is real and how much is a shtick. That's where it's like. But Hulk Hogan, how much was real and how much was a shtick? Like, he just became the character eventually. Like, Terry Hogan wasn't always Hulk Hogan, but that kind of happened to The Rock as well.
He wasn't even a Hogan. The Hogan was even made up. I can't remember his last name. Like, it was slow.
It started with a B. Buell.
Did you take it from Hogan's Heroes?
I think so, but also it was just like the it was Vince McMahon that came up with it, but it was like the alliteration of the name, and that Hogan just had like
H88. What does that mean?
Hail Hitler.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, I think he was
Time
at
travel.
his divorce at court. He said that like his wife was suing him for something, and he was like, Hulk Hogan is a character I play, you know, admitting, you know, he's not the guy. He's the
Alex Jones defense.
Well, yeah. Let's talk about Alex Jones. We talked a little bit about.
There you go.
We talked about nostalgia for Alex Jones in his early days. warning every one of the police state and the New World Order, the NWO. Today, current Alex Jones, maybe there's some Schadenfreude happening. I don't know exactly how up to date you guys are with the InfoWars brand.
Well, they just had their last show last night that ended with, I believe, Jamie Kennedy and Jay Dyer doing Alex Jones impressions, but now it got sold to The Onion, and Tim Heidecker is going to be in charge of it, and they're turning it into a trans comedy website. That's the last I heard.
I saw Tim Heidecker's 20-minute broadcast as himself, Tim Heidecker, doing the Alex Jones voice.
Okay.
And whatever, I don't know, it's too soon yet. It's too close to the event to really have an opinion on the matter. What I thought was interesting, and maybe we brought this about a little bit because we were talking about the Shivambu too much, but his whole thing is like piss in the gold. So he's doing an alchemy joke, like Tim Heidecker with The Onion is doing an alchemy joke, which then might explain why The Onion went through all the trouble to take the InfoWars brand, to brand the InfoWars as the rainbow. So pause here for a moment to catch up with the context. Alex Jones had said some things on there, a lot of things. One of the things he said was something about Rhymes with Randy book, a school event, young people, very sad, parents devastated. And then he was deposed. He had a deposition where he had to explain what his words meant. So then part of losing the info war, in quotes, the idea of losing the info war is losing the info war brand, because Alex Jones said the no thing. He couldn't say that. That's not a polite thing to say. You cannot question that thing. He questioned a lot of things, but he gets punished for questioning this one thing. Now he can't say that. So then the InfoWar brand is bought by a satirical newspaper and takes the Onion logo and turns it into a rainbow logo, takes the InfoWars. So now it's InfoWars with this sort of rainbow logo. There's a lot of symbology. There's a lot of alchemy happening with this transition takeover, transmuting, in like the brand sense and the what it means to have this brand. And it's all very interesting. But the joke being that you turn your piss into gold, or is he taking the piss out of Alex Jones? There's a whole lot of like humor and non-humor and satire, but wasn't Alex Jones a character for entertainment purposes anyway? And all of the broadcasts of the InfoWars brand were news-like broadcasts for the purpose of entertaining, and he was playing the Alex Jones character all along. So how can a character with dialogue saying a silly thing about an event and that whether it happened, how it was described or not, how can the character get punished? And what is the precedent being set with this sort of comical Schadenfreude? We're on the right side of history now with the Onion and the new brand and the logo, and Alex Jones has been defeated thing. That's the bigger question I'm asking, and I'm a little bit concerned about it.
What's the concern?
That Alex Jones and the InfoWars brand, out of all of the ridiculous things he said, talking about conspiracy and conspiracy theory and the atrazine and the true facts that he brings up, mixed with questionable things and narratives, all of this together. I mean, Alex Jones talked about everything. He'd print out news articles and he'd show them and he'd read them, and then he'd offer some information that he put together. So
right, his thing was that, or like the one that I fell in love with was the one that would print out Reuters and AP articles, and it would just be like, here's some crazy stuff that AP just reported or that Reuters just reported, and it wasn't necessarily about his like things that he's going out and discovering, his discoveries and his whistleblowers. It was just like, look at what the main media is telling you, and they know that you're not reading this because you're too busy trying to figure out how to pay rent. So like, look at this crazy thing they're doing with penguins and pineal glands or whatever it was, right?
Sure.
And he slowly evolved. Like the gay frogs thing is such a great example because people make fun of him for like thinking that they're trying to turn frogs gay. Like, why would you do that? How silly. But now that turning into a meme, it's like if you look into it, atrazine really was shifting the sexual organs of like frogs because it like triggered some epigenetic sort of response where they expressed a
Yes.
different gene, right? So, but the fact is that people laugh about it now. I feel like it's Van Gogh. Like people were laughing, like, "Oh, look at this idiot that's cutting off his ear and drawing stupid flowers." And then years later, after he's dead, a century later, now all of a sudden there's like an appreciation. And the same thing with like mythology, where maybe in like 50 years from now, someone's going to come across a meme and they're like, "What does this mean that they were making frogs gay? Let's look into this. Oh my God, there's information embedded in here that's talking about a toxin that's embedded inside microplastics, and when it deteriorates in the environment, it actually and just for the record, atrazine. This is not medical information, by the way. This is for informational and comedy purposes only. But that atrazine was actually shown to shrink the size of the grundle or the gooch. And if that happens, there's a measurable difference that you're also more likely to be infertile or to just be shooting duds later in life, like 30 years later. So not only does it make the frogs gay, but it will literally prevent your male child from fully developing into a male. They'll become feminized. They might not drop their balls if they had access to atrazine. So like the meme turns into this funny joke because it's such a hyperbolic thing, but it's got like such a deep message embedded in it. Then the meme's going to outlive the person.
And that's where I pause. And just as we had discussed, Hulk Hogan and the Iron Sheik having a symbolic representation of America versus Iran, if the symbolic defeat of Alex Jones representing, I don't know, what is it, toxic masculinity, like your crazy conspiracy uncle. So the symbolic defeat of Alex Jones, who now has to grovel and pay for the sins of saying the verboten thing, because we don't know what the verboten thing, the thing that we cannot say, we don't know what that is.
I see Alex Jones was such an important, like the old Alex Jones before the schmandy schmuck, is that he was the character that was set up to say those things. Like his archetype is the person that would say the craziest, most outlandish things, almost like a court jester in a way. And by removing that, we don't have the same level of court jester. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't get to the same way. Like, and I'm trying to tie this to Hulk Hogan because I had another one of these like weird introspective thoughts after the end of this documentary. Because for whatever weird reason of like this trauma that I've got baked into my brain, my first thought was like, okay, he's still like a hero to me, still a icon. I wonder what he thought about 9/11. Like, did he think it was an inside job? That's like my go-to. Like, I want to know deep down, do you think 9/11 was an inside job? And part of me was like, I want to believe that he did think it was an inside job, but also the character of Hulk Hogan should not believe it was an inside job. He should be so pro-America that there is no, like, he would not be able to accept that reality because Hulk Hogan can't live in a world where the US did like a false flag attack on themselves. So it's like, I want to respect him in that he thinks the same crazy conspiracy theory I do, but it would invalidate him existing. He doesn't get to be this mythological god that represents a perfect America if he himself is acknowledging that America is not perfect to begin with. You know what I mean?
Like Terry may acknowledge it with you, but Hulk Hogan could never.
Right, but if Terry acknowledged it, it would destroy Hulk Hogan for me. I'd never be able to like. It almost feels like I would have like a programming removed, maybe for the better. You know what I mean?
So would you approach Hulk Hogan at a signing with a Loose Change documentary?
Never.
Like, could you sign
I
this?
would avoid it entirely. It would be like seeing yourself while you're time traveling.
Bring like, 2 copies, sign one, keep one.
The other thing that I think that is frightening in a weird way, but we're in this time of absurdity, that if there's any validity to anything that Alex Jones ever said in the past, and the Onion has this tongue-in-cheek way of always kind of fibbing, it makes all the things blur the lines in this spiral that we're in of time. How quickly is that? 3 years from now that the Onion and InfoWars are this, like the Onion's gone and it's just InfoWars now. So anyone that ever talks about InfoWars or brings up anything from the past of InfoWars, like Loose Change, that used to be, even though it wasn't, it was, you know, like there's so many things that you could, like InfoWars just became this like, it was like how we first got put on a list. Like going to the InfoWars and listening to Alex and doing all that. And so in the way of like everything's bullshit. So if you were like, hey, these guys are going out to the woods and they're all dressing up like Celtic characters and doing blah, 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 they're like, that's an Onion story. Or in the Enquirer Star way, everything the Onion's kind of been tongue-in-cheeking and like ha 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 ribbing isn't fake. It's all like page 6 where they don't tell you the real name of the politician.
I think it's so interesting because it feels like a tiny minority of people that actually know and care about InfoWars to begin with. So now, like as the rebrand comes out, even if you're trying to make fun of them, you're like, I'm going to spend money and I'm going to show that I'm on board with Tim Heidecker and the Onion, and I'm going to get an InfoWars shirt. But now if you're wearing it out in public with other people that are like-minded, but if they're not in on that joke and they see that you're wearing an InfoWars shirt, now they might legitimately think like, oh, look at this asshole that came to like put a turd in the punch bowl. So now you got to be like, no, wait, hold on. It's actually a joke. It's really funny. Let me explain it. Like every good joke. Like, okay, there's this guy Alex Jones, and there's like a political, and like it's weird because you're inviting yourself to be put in these weird situations. It was the same thing when people came out with the Make America Great Again hats, but it would be like, you know, like elect a Democrat again or something like that. But if it was still a red hat from a distance, you might get jumped by your friends. And it's like, no, wait, you have to get close enough to read the joke.
But like
it's a Limp Bizkit. The punch is already coming. Yeah.
It says I did it all for the nookie.
but it's like it shreds that same exact area where the people that are in on the joke.
MAGA, Limp Bizkit, MAGA, Limp Bizkit, MAGA.
Is 8647 a joke? Would people wear the merchandise ironic or unironically? There's like a picture of it I'm sharing. If we return back to that.
I think we shall.
It's like, is that a real bad thing? Is that a legal thing to make the merchandise, to profit from it, to wear it, to display it? The numbers? I mean, the numbers are just 8675309. It could be any number.
If you're thinking,
what about if you were born on April 7th, 86?
Oh.
You're on a list, guaranteed.
Terrible.
Just because the Gematria wing of DOD, they've got you on their list, and I guarantee you that there is a wing of the DoD that like focuses on Gematria because they have a yoga department, they've got a water stores memory department. Because why would you leave anything on the table if you've got unlimited budget? You know, so like they've got people in these situations. But I would say that to start a clothing brand like that, or to start like advocating this specific no number right now, it has nothing to do with legality. It has to do with putting yourself on a shit list, or I like to call it buying a ticket to the shit lottery, where like you could also just not buy a ticket to that lottery, and now you're guaranteed not to win it, and you don't want to win it. Like you don't want to find yourself holding.
You don't want that long walk.
Sure.
It's fine. You don't want the long walk. You have no chance. You're not in that good a shape.
I mean, if you want, I kind of have another rule too. It's like if you know that there's a chance that you might completely change the course of your life in 3 or 4 years, would you look back and be like, man, I wish I wouldn't have made this decision at this moment? And if it's something stupid, like I'm going to put seashells and spell out a number and take a picture and at the right people, you know, if I at certain people, I don't even make the suggestion, but like you could at people that would now turn it into a problem that you just created for yourself. And is that the thing that you're going to spend your ticket on? You know, like, is that the hill that you're going to die on?
What's about the tongue twister? She sells seashells by the seashore. The shells she sells are seashells, I'm sure. It's a vocal exercise. That's maybe what it meant to me at some point.
What's a seashell?
What is a seashell? A seashell.
Clams.
The letter C? Clams?
But also, what's a shell? And like you were saying, the colors of the seashells, where it looks like clearly a jacket with a projectile of a different color at the tip, just to like reinforce the difference between the shell, the jacket, and the bullet, essentially. And like it's shells, like he's there's shells and casings that are sort of like on the ground, spelling it out. It's so deep, and even if he didn't mean it that way, that became the meme because it's got all that information, and whoever saw it and people that see it now, I think even at a subconscious level, you're putting all this weird schizo gematria connections together. You're just maybe not vocalizing it.
It's like She Sells Sanctuary by The Cult. Now I'm just a fan of goth music. Did you get that reference? No, you can't sit with me at my table anymore.
It's Diddy using the back of a song and just being like, let me just take this hook. And we don't realize how many hooks they've implanted in all of our education and in all of our pop culture and in all of our favorite things, that we see things now and we don't even know what MK Ultra. That's why I'm so interested in these 3,000 documents, because I hope and here's the way we used it on you guys. And everybody likes to be like, oh, I was in gate, I was in gifted, I was in all those things, crazy too. But I think just you sitting on your couch at home and you playing your little board games and you, whatever you were up to, I think the MK Ultra is going to be so deep of how much of yourself is actually a program. And I think that is it real? Is it not real? Or how much of it is you matters? But how many decisions in your life do you make from one thing that you think you love or that you think you're into? Like, how many kids do you know? Every single kid you know, every kid in our bracket, dinosaur space, dinosaur space, dinosaur space. And it's like at some point, the next then kid, oceanography, marine biology, if they live, like I live in a water state, but I know that it's like a similar thing for people. Like you get this like mountain climbing forestry thing if you live in a state like that. It's like your next hook. But I think it's all like, why did they want that? Like all the first, Disney probably made the first drawings of dinosaurs too. I know they made all the first ones of space. But it just seems like, so in these two things that are our biggest brainwashing of everything we watch now, and oh my gosh, a rocket launch and the Challenger and our first trauma, like how much of it dinosaurs in space? How much is the gas today? How much is it's like nobody really cares if we're bombing countries. How much is the gas if we bomb that country? Is it less or more? If it's less, then keep bombing. Like, that's really what it's like we are in this, because finite resource, dinosaur space. We got to get off this planet. Got to get out of here. I don't know. It just seems like
the space
two
one
really
I
big
feel
deals.
is an easier explanation, because the space thing was taking in all sorts of money and attention from the government. So the government's now on record, NASA specifically, obviously, to show like, what are we up to? And like the thing in the lack of actually making any sort of real progress, it would be this badass PR campaign that makes everyone feel like we're riding the lightning right now. You know what I mean? So, and that was what they were great at doing. One of the first things NASA does is they get a Disney program, right, with Operation Paperclip, sort of like evacuees. So, or what do they call them? Migrants. Like they would be like immigrants that were fleeing their home country that we needed to protect, just back in World War II times. But like we give them Disney shows, and all the first things that they get are like children's programs and things focused on young children, because they're selling a different future and like a different way of looking at the world. They're not necessarily selling any kind of like real tangible product. So we don't really get any tangible products from NASA.
Refugees.
We know that song too.
I have a 1-year-old. He's 1.5 years old, and about half the clothes that they sell for kids that age have a dinosaur on them or a spaceship. Yep. It's just insane.
Well, the spaceship thing, it's because the NASA and the government, and now Elon Musk, have pumped so much money into making spaceships and astronauts a popular thing. It's like a trendy. It's like X-Men. If you were allowed to make your own Wolverine shirt and sell it in Walmart, like you just print money. You can't do that with Wolverine. You can't do that with like Superman, but you can do it with an astronaut and a spaceship. So like you're just riding this like you'd be dumb not to come out with your own generic spaceman shirt and get it in Walmart. You know what I mean? And the dinosaurs is kind of the same thing. Like no one owns like the license for a T-Rex, yet you've got these blockbuster movies where like Jurassic Park, like you can't really make two different T-Rexes and make them look unique enough that you're like, oh, that's the good one and the bad one, right? Like it's all just one T-Rex. So I think a lot of that is just that you're able to take Hollywood's budget and all the marketing they've spent for like your entire childhood, and you could just be like, oh, I can make money off that. Like you've already done the groundwork in the marketing. I can just pop out some dinosaur crap. And that's kind of what a lot of the reasons why I think space and dinosaurs gets popular.
Yeah, we do dragons instead of dinosaurs.
That's good.
If you're gonna go mythological, go
I think
dragon.
the Satanic Panic might have ruined that for a little while, because it was like, oh, you're into D&D, oh, you're into magic, oh, you worship Satan.
That's true.
I guess Marcus might be the expert here. Dragons, but like if you were like, hey, I'm into dragons, is that like, no, we don't do dragons in this house?
Unless it was a dragon from a reference to the Book of Revelation.
So you're allowed to like dragons, or because wouldn't that make dragons bad? Wouldn't that be like having scorpions or like worms that don't die on your shirt?
To acknowledge the existence of dragons is one thing. There was Dungeons and Dragons Christian tabletop version called like Dragon. It had dragon in the title.
Okay, all right. So like dragons are on the table.
Wow.
Right. So there was always some sort of Christian version that took the thing that would prevent someone from completely buying into a system. If they didn't like this one aspect of it, they could remove it, change it around enough so it would be similar enough without the objection in it.
You do never play Dungeons and Dinosaurs.
That's a good one. A good one.
But I also think it's interesting that we see all of the stuff from the Montauk Project and from all these other crazy CIA programs all through Stranger Things. And one of the other things they show us is the kids playing D&D. And they have all of the activity inside the house before they ever meet 11. The kids are already opening this realm by themselves inside of their house. So I think that part's interesting.
It was masterfully done. Like I'm not even a fan of the show necessarily, but I think that like the way that they laid out the story and they incorporated elements of Satanic Panic, and they actually read the original books by Preston Nichols and Peter Moon that had like 8 to 12 books to get into it actually gets into crazy like Nazi Tibetan New Age stuff towards the tail end, which I don't think they're ever gonna make it to, but like they did such a great job at capturing all the lore, the Fritz Springmeier stuff. Like they would be someone that we'd love to have on the show to like talk about, but they just ended up going the Netflix route and becoming, multi-millionaires in the process.
Talking Duffer Brothers?
The Duffer, or who, if they're the ones that were originally responsible, which they called the Project Montauk, was the original script name for that series before they retitled it Stranger Things.
There's a whole team in development that brought this stuff together. People on retainer to do the research to bring in. And
it's so thought out. Dungeons and Dragons wasn't there just to play the nostalgia into the characters.
Because that is a requirement of Project Montauk, is for the Satanic Panic to also exist, because Project Montauk and Monarch and Camp Hero and all that's supposed to be based on trauma-based programming with children. And that doesn't exist without the Fritz Springmeier stuff. So like the fact that they include the Dungeons and Dragons is a nod or a synchronicity, just like, what a coincidence that they happen to include this core element.
It's a reframing, retelling of that era. So now they're saying this is how it is. People who didn't grow up in that period, the biggest Stranger Things fans who were not alive during the 80s, they're living vicariously through Stranger Things, a nostalgic 80s into 90s sort of life. But I would wonder if the Netflix development deal allowed the Dungeons and Dragons aspect of the story to become more of a central focus after TSR sold the property to Wizards of the Coast, which is a much larger corporation. So had Wizards of the Coast not purchased Magic the Gathering and Dungeons and Dragons and basically bought up all the nerd hobby stuff, would it be in the media?
You know what's crazy too is if you look at the people that are developing AI, there's probably a higher percentage of Magic and D&D players versus almost any other high-paying industry, right? And the people behind making these decisions. So there's basically a pipeline. If you could get a time machine, for example, or if the trend continues, if you can control the Magic cards coming out, then you can be influencing the people that then influence what training the AI gets, right? Like you are the shaper. Like you might not figure out their favorite movie genre or music genre, but if you can control the freaking stats and the cards and the dynamics of Magic the Gathering, like you've got control over the people that are going to be ruling the world soon.
I think these kids were tapping into Oracle of Delphi shit, like stuff it took sages forever, the way kids just tap into everything. And it was a little too much because they were making their own lands, their own characters. Like there was a certain set of rules with certain power structures, like drawing out maps. It was like very involved.
It's you can't Rockefeller standardize it. Like you can try, but ultimately the dungeon master's not standardized. If you got 50 dungeon masters in a room and had them all play out the same scenario, you're not getting a scientific experiment where like, oh, they all did the same thing. Isn't that crazy?
It
So,
should
like,
be called
everything's
Dumbs
off.
and Dinosaurs.
But like in Magic the Gathering, you can have a judge at every single table that is, if they all follow the same, rule book, kind of like different refs might call fouls differently, but they're
Sure.
basically have the same rule book. Like that's a standardized version. I think that might be why like Magic ends up becoming a little bit more, I guess, popular mainstream versus Dungeons and Dragons. So it was easy to demonize Dungeons and Dragons because it was still like a weird, even if you were a nerd, it might be like, I'm not that nerdy. Like I don't go down that angle.
It's extra theater with mood and setting and costumes. It's just
Full
too much.
LARP.
It's a complete takeover of one's entire life, and it became all consuming. Think that's what the parents were concerned. I have a promising young creative individual who was doing really well in school and then started hanging out playing Dungeons and Dragons, and the Dungeons and Dragons weekends became 24/7 nonstop because the mind was all consumed with the fantasy world, and they stopped doing homework, stopped going to school, got a bad attitude, didn't care, and every ounce of creative energy and living energy went to the Dungeons and Dragons thing. So there was people who had a tendency towards addiction or maladaptive daydreaming or disassociation, and those people stayed in Dungeons and Dragons because it just had all the right flavors and hits and dopamine things. Those were the ones that went way too far with it. There was a lot of weekend people who would try the thing because their friends were doing it. They wouldn't stay along with it. But there are people who began a Gary Gygax campaign, the war games, and now they're still alive, and all their hobby is wargaming and Dungeons and Dragons or Warhammer or whatever it is, because they learned that skill at a time when their brain was able to learn new skills. Then they get older, harder to learn new skills, but they know the war game thing, so they can just pick that up immediately and go and do the thing. The thing with Magic the Gathering being a card system, a rule set, was something that Dungeons and Dragons players played between campaigns, or they'd start a game because someone's turn was taking too long.
Yeah.
So the Magic game was something that they would do in between the Dungeons and Dragons things at some of the game stores, and then it became a simpler thing. And now in 2026, you could get SpongeBob SquarePants Magic cards to play with.
Or Disney has their own version now too, which is
Lorcana?
like incredibly popular. Yeah, Lorcana.
I was like, we like this thing that you guys are doing with this LARP, but we got to hurry this thing along. Because people that would play Dungeons and Dragons, like, I knew people that would play, like, I don't even know how long their games lasted. Like, they wouldn't finish it in one hangout.
Well, like Marcus was saying, it would consume their life, and that's actually like there's some credibility to the satanic panic resistance of if your kid's playing Dungeons and Dragons, be concerned, because there were people that they were such a badass in their character that now they
Sure.
don't care about homework or care about other like social bonds, that making out in the real world to be a productive person. Like
Yeah.
they're focused on this badass character that they've developed. And I remember in high school that there were these like weirdo kids, like the drama kids, and they had gone beyond Dungeons and Dragons. They were doing some like live action vampire role playing.
Renaissance fair things.
I don't remember. There was like a name for it. Apparently, it was like a thing that
Vampire, the
people. It was
Masquerade.
like a vampire something or other thing in the
It's the
90s.
Masquerade. You have to maintain the Masquerade. We
Well-
can't let the normies know that vampires exist. So if you break the Masquerade, you break the kayfabe. So these
Correct,
people would take the game, and then that would be their personality. So then they would continue to say, "Can't tell the normies that I'm a vampire." So then the shorthand would be, "You have to keep the Masquerade," which becomes cult-like behavior for certain personalities. And then you would have the type of personality that would take over. I'm not going to diagnose or use specific DSM language for this, but there's a personality that will take in followers, and then those followers will do something for their dungeon master. That's, I think, some of the storyline of Stranger Things, where there was the one kid that was a dungeon master and the other kids were trying to get in to his game because he had the best game.
Seems like a very like only you can have a church. Like if you start LARPing the thing and you're like, oh, I'm a vampire, whatever you're up to in your life, you're like, oh, I'm magic. You're allowed to do that thing. Like, I don't understand why there's such a hierarchy of like who can control the blood and body.
Well, here's an example though. What about like Slender Man? Slender Man was just a freaking vampire D&D LARP that went so far that these two girls convinced themselves that they needed to kill their friend, right? For Slender Man. And that's, in my mind, that's just the mall ninja taken to an extreme level, but it shows you that it doesn't even necessarily have to be something that like there's warning signs. And first your kid's going to start, again, this is 90s. First, he's gonna wear all black, and then he's gonna wear like a dog collar, and then
There's
he's
a
wearing
razor in the
mascara,
apple.
and now
Don't eat fruit.
and now he's like buying machetes and swords at the mall and walking around brandishing swords and stuff. Like it might not be an escalation. It might be like my 11-year-old daughter just murdered someone in the middle of the woods and left them for dead because she LARPed too hard over the course of like a year and a half.
And then look at how many killings a day are just because somebody killed for their God. I just feel like picking a rando person that does an awful thing, and then the media is like, they did this because of this thing. I'm like, did they, MK Ultra? Like, I just think there's other things going on. Like, I just think there's other hands at play. And then if kids, and I think they're especially powerful, anything they were tapping into, it is going to get the kibosh on it, especially if the government over here is trying to tap into it at the Montauk project. They're essentially trying to do what the kids are just doing in their free time. They're like, we have to tap in. This girl's going to other realms and hearing conversations and doing these things. That's what they're doing too. This is just the government controlled one. So now the kids get this lesser version. So it's easy for them to understand. We can give them all the rules because this is too close to these studies that we're up to going into other dimensions. And these kids are actually doing it. They don't know they're doing it. They're having conversations and think they're playing a part of a dignitary, but really they're hearing a Russian conversation. Like, really, I just think both things were happening. The government is just the same way they want to figure out how we dream and sleep. And, I wonder what color food they'll eat the most of. I think these kids were just doing it without the government intervention. And that is a big part of the Stranger Things, that everyone's just like 11, 11, 11, 11. This little coven group of boys did the same thing without the government and a think tank or a float tank or whatever.
Well,
that's what I think of it.
Maybe, but I guess in the original Montauk theory, it was 11. And if we like blend the two, right? If we start incorporating Stranger Things analogies too, 11 is the one that opened up the rift to allow monsters to come in the first place. And then the boys through Dungeons and Dragons are able to tap into that dark energy and enter that. But that dark energy and that upside down wouldn't exist if it hadn't been for the CIA and 11 tearing that rift to begin with. And that was the premise of the original Montauk series books is that Preston Nichols said that he invented a delta T antenna that was basically an amplifier for psychokinetic and telepathic energy, so that if you found someone that was so far advanced in remote viewing and then you just amplified it and dialed it all the way up, and they said that that was what they were using the abandoned satellite tower in Camp Hero on Montauk, the very tip of it, that's what they were doing. They would sit someone in a chair in the middle of that big seat, crank it all the way up, and then have them do remote projection. And then through that process, they tore open a rift. And that's exactly what happens in season 1, which is why it's like I'm so enamored with that first season, regardless of any flaws, that they like perfectly show exactly what Preston Nichols and Peter Moon essentially were talking about.
I think all that, and I think the reason they even discovered this is because humans with the right frequency were already opening these rifts. And then the government was like, oh shit, there's rifts being open. There's monsters that these people are battling that are coming out of these things. Like, this has been happening as long as time. We have to figure out a way to control this, because if we can get one of these monsters and control it, then we can control everyone around here. Like, that's where it's all a war game in my head. Like, I just think it's bigger than that. I think they didn't discover it. It's the same way as everything with the CIA. They didn't discover it. They just are taking kind of credit for it and then reiterating that credit through this part of it. But I just think people LARPing were doing really big deals. Because if you eventually believe you're the thing, what's different? It's the same way as, like, you know, a truth, it takes forever, and then a lie travels around the world quick. That's how I feel. Once the lie becomes the truth, does it matter anymore if everyone believes this thing? You're just the crazy person yelling the thing. So I just feel like they bury all the stuff and they make you crazy if you talk about being able to do the stuff or seeing the stuff done, and then they have to study the stuff over here and figure out a way they can, like, use it to their advantage somewhere. It's not to close a rift. The CIA is not like, oh shit, we just opened a rift, we got to close this. That, I don't think that is ever happening. I feel like instead they're like, okay, how can we keep this rift open and study it? What do we need to feed it? It needs 100 babies. We can't keep stealing babies around here. We got to maybe start a baby farm. Call John of God. Oprah will help us out. Like, I think it's levels of this nature. Like, they're not trying to be like, oh my gosh, we got to duct tape it shut with an American flag. Like, in my head.
I agree with you. I think that at like a simplistic level, the CIA is kind of like they're trying to hack like a old school dial lock, where like you start at 0001 and they have to make your way all the way up to 9999. This is why we call it LSD 25. They were just systematically going through every single chemical that they found in ergot. And once they got to the 25th thing, and it's like, oh wow, this is something, and that's why it's LSD 25. It's just like they were decoding a lock, going step by step by step. And I feel that's what the CIA is supposed to do. So if there is a possibility that you could open a rift to another dimension, they're like, all right, well, what's the 0001 way that we could do that? All right, that didn't work. Check that off the list. Go to 2. And that's their job, is to work their way through all the way to like 9999 until they find the solution or the answer to that one thing, or they've exhausted it all. But they're not allowed to tell you if they found whether it's true or false. But they are for sure doing it, because if Russia's doing it or if China's doing it, then we better at least be on par with whatever crazy shit they're looking into. So I mean, I think that it's like we'll never know exactly what they know, but they are. If the question is, I wonder if the CIA is doing blank, the answer is always yes.
And it just seems like 11. She was the 11th. Mm-hmm. She was just the 11th of whatever amount of other children were doing this same thing. Was there a child
0? Yeah. There's a child 0, patient 0, 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 11. And then her nickname becomes shortened to EL. L, isn't that a god? So now she's a female playing the role of a name of a god, L.
And lowercase gods always hate the Titans, which would be essentially the exact same thing as one of these monsters coming out of a hole. Mm-hmm. It is really playing out that story again. A little bit. Never even thought about it.
maybe we thought too much about it. Here's something we might think about. I heard this from a guy. Tell me if you agree or disagree. The speed at which a virus depends on two things. Number one, how dense the population is. Number two, how dense the population is.
Both. I'd say A and B. You could probably even draw a chart and be able to tell that both of those are independently have a linear effects on how quickly it spreads.
Well, that's the culture virus meme brand thing, and getting ahead of that. So having the petri dish of testing and figuring out what the trend is trending towards for everyone to get ahead of it. Right. And I don't know if World War that happened. I think I hear. Let's see.
Are you familiar with John Teeter?
Yeah. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Was there a ghost?
Yeah, it's the ghost of Ilhan Omar saying that immigrants were responsible for doing World War XI.
Well, the reason I bring up John Teeter is that maybe Ilhan Omar has actually been sent from the future to help prevent us. You know, apparently something goes wrong during World War X, that there has to be a World War XI. And
she had to have
we're all
known.
ridiculing her for trying to help us out. You know, it's like, I guess if the T-800 came back and we all like laughed at it.
Yeah. Ilhan Omar, I do think it was funny that Trump was in the Villages today. And if you know the Villages in Florida, the Villages was like a Disneyland built for old people that eventually these people all still had pensions. They had retirements, they had 401ks, and they got Social Security. Like, these people are cozy coz. And so they have like, they're pretty much all on opioids, a little drunk. They're like the old people that like, they're just like, we're going to vacation for the rest of our lives. And they all live in like the Villages. They have golf carts and the thing. And I was thinking how like Trump and his Trumpness, when he has a crowd and he's just being like off, script, how this in how we talk about nostalgia and things that are like implanted in our head, him in that moment was that. Like their play of all the time he was put in their zeitgeist, and it was like watching him, like if there was ever a stage made for him, it was the Villages stage. It was like he was at a Friars roast.
Especially since Jimmy Buffett died. So now like Trump can like slip into that same nostalgic role that Jimmy Buffett did.
He was for real like, oh, Ilhan Omar. Can you believe she married her brother? Can you imagine getting in bed at night and you're like, oh, I love you, brother. Dude, like some of the stuff where he goes into it that you're like, it's pretty wild, but it's also like, who? Like, I don't know. And he's like, ew, gross. Like, he's such a like New York gay guy. It's so funny. But anyways,
Were you there? Or were you just watching it?
I was just watching it. If you guys, if you want to laugh and you're into that sort of thing at all, even you might be able to pull some funny clips from it.
But your grandparents in it, yeah.
Yeah, my grandparents have all passed, but they would be like a little older, my mom's age. That's what I feel like. She would be a youngin' at the Villages, my mom, but she would be like, ooh, she would be like hot to handle in the Villages. It's funny. Like, it's part of the absurdity of the world that we're in right now. But Ilhan Omar marrying her brother is top tier. That it's like, no, that's real. That's not just conspiracy. Like, I don't want to hear about what you conspiracy. This sounds a little too conspiracy for me. And it's like, what? Thomas has just talked for a whole hour and given nothing but bullet points of things you can find. This is the least conspiracy of any conspiracy.
I understand how it sounds crazy.
But it sounds like,
because you mentioned Rockefellers and you mentioned Nazis and you mentioned like MK Ultra programs, and at a certain point after you hit so many buzzwords, They're like, all right, and the frogs are gay, and they're
Chemtrails, Q.
yeah, chemtrails, and actually, it's like, well, technically, yeah, that you're
Alex
right on all
Jones
that.
said that we're going to ignore all of his messages, completely destroy that messenger and the entire platform of his messages, and then we're going to take it over and plant a rainbow flag over it because families are grieving, and he was mean to what was it? MIWGTW.
And they really just did him in. He was not the candy hook guy. They
Yeah.
just did him in. I remember watching that one unfold. I was already well a conspiracy theorist by then. And when he became the guy they were frying for that thing, I'm like, what? He wasn't. It would have been like the equivalent of them frying him for flat Earth at the time. It was like, Alex Jones is not the candy hook guy. Like, he's had people on that made videos about it, but we've been talking about it for a few years, and now he's taken it on. But he wasn't the guy that talked about this. It was kind of interesting that was the one. It makes me think it must be the sloppiest of all of them, that they had to really be like, shit, let's drag him. So none of, like, it is the one that if you bring it up, then everything else you say is foolish.
Well, the justification was that people were harassing the families for being in on this horrific, like, how dare you fake, like, death and put everyone on this big thing. Like,
Sure.
they're kayfabing like so hard that people are actually getting angry and sending death threats, and that he's basically being blamed for enabling and reinforcing and encouraging people to do all these illegal acts, essentially. And that's the main. It wasn't like that he reported on something or he said something. It was like he was making explicit like suggestions that then were resulting in people doing things in real life. And then that's what they kind of, like, legally, that's the legal case that they're trying to make in terms of, and here's why he has to pay $1 billion.
$1 billion.
Yeah.
All these CIA agents were like, okay, Alex, you did your time. Like, you don't have to
What
sit
if
there
they
and
were like,
scream
the
anymore.
judge did this. Right.
Yeah.
When in doubt, pinky out.
Yeah, Alex.
All these soundbite memes are just so funny.
I want to inject one other thing too before we wrap up or anything.
We're just getting started.
Okay, well, let's keep going.
Yeah,
The other thing that I did not have on my bingo card was the SPLC getting called out, and this has just like reinvigorated Oklahoma City bombing and Timothy McVeigh and Terrence Yeagy, like all that research. It's everything is old is new again, and there's like a whole new generation of people, and even if they're groypers or whatever, that are like, what's this about SPLC? Like, oh, all of my favorite conservatives are reposting this, but then it's definitely this gateway. Like, there's going to be more people getting into conspiracies, and important ones, like real conspiracies, because this SPLC stuff that just came back out. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with what I'm even talking about.
A little bit. It's such a recent thing that I haven't really had the time to sit with it and think about it.
SPLC, Southern Poverty
Law
Center,
Center.
they basically raise money. At the end of the day, they accept donations for people that want to help out marginalized communities across the country, right? And it's the meme of like, if there's not a problem, create the problem. And that's literally what they've been accused of doing. And some of the original accusations of this, and like very specific accusations, came from Oklahoma City, because it turned out that Elohim City, the place where Timothy McVeigh was allegedly going to get trained and meet other people, and all of that weird nest that gets really complicated, but that there were SPLC members undercover at Elohim City, and that the money that the SPLC was getting was going to people at Elohim City, so that like the resources used to actually, in the official story, create the explosion absolutely can be traced to the SPLC. But it sounds so crazy to say the anti-racist lawyer group is the one funding Timothy McVeigh to blow up a building full of infants and babies in a nursery. Like, the SPLC did that. That sounds crazy. All right, QAnon retard. That's kind of the angle that would have gone even in the 90s when this all happened. But now that like the SPLC
freeze and thaw method.
they're drawing on top, but now it's like it almost like retroactively justifies a new approach and taking seriously those claims from the 90s about Oklahoma City, because now they've been shown to have been legitimately giving donations to like what they call race. I think they linked it to like Charlottesville and a few other places. I'm not as up to date on the new accusations that made them in the news again, but like I've been into the OKC stuff for like 3 decades now, so like I'm excited. I'm like hyped up about this.
I think it's going to. People always put up packs and they're like, look at this is who controls everything. And it's like, that's small potatoes when you start getting into groups like this. And I think it's going to go all the way into Antifa. I think it's going to go into groups like Patriot Front, like these rabble rousers on both sides of the coin. I think you're going to find all sorts of this. This is like exactly what they did with the KKK. Anyone can put a mask on and pretend they're doing a thing for another thing. And so I think that is what they're going to be guilty
it's going to be like finding the FBI's Bitcoin wallet before Bitcoin existed and starting to trace all the transactions. It's sort of, but which is also why I don't think we're going to get any more insight into the SPLC as we are into the Epstein's Black Book.
I don't know. It does seem like even, I don't know if this has ever happened before in history where it just seems like everything, here's everything. When they say disclosure, everybody is always like aliens, 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 but it's like everything. It feels like they say aliens, same day biblical thing, same day a new thing from the CIA they're telling us, same thing, something new. It's just like everything. Here's the generation of disclosure. And how well can you handle it? Like, how well are you grounded on the way through to learn everything that you think is true probably is. And that's pretty, like, holy shit, where you're like Oklahoma City, like that's just Oklahoma City. But now we're like, huh. So then how does that connect to Waco? Or how does that connect to Bundy? Or how does that connect to, it's like you start spreading these out in a, where you're like, oh, now let's go in the other direction. How does it attach to this thing? How does it attach? I don't know.
Now I wonder what Hulk Hogan thought about Waco, like that. And it's sad that I'm not going to get that answer because he's not here anymore.
Yeah, like what did he think of the Bundy Ranch? You got to think a weird way. Like if he were really, he would have to be anti-FBI. You think he's a pro-states guy?
I don't know, man. It's hard. Like I almost don't want to ask the question, but I want to. Because you can be pro. You can, in my messed up brain, at least, I think you can be pro ATF and pro FBI and pro state, and also admit that the ATF
wrong.
and the FBI completely murdered and burned a bunch of people alive. You know what I mean? Like you can believe both things the same way that you can believe that like capitalism might be a valid system if only there weren't a whole bunch of people turning in the punch bowl kind of deal. I think it's like the very similar premise.
Yeah, that's true. You could be like, oh, this is a good police department of the town I live in. That one cop is a murderer. Like you could do both things.
Don't get pulled over in Dade County. But like if you get pulled over, don't get pulled over in Orange County either. But you can get pulled over in some other, like maybe Volusia County, maybe it's a little bit better.
Did you know Cape Coral has more waterways than Venice? Like
I mean,
Cape Coral,
isn't Venice
Florida?
turning into one singular waterway?
But even in its greatest of times, even in the best of times, where it's like all the roads in Venice where you could, or all the waterways in Venice were usable waterways, there's more in Cape Coral, Florida.
Do you ride a jet ski through Cape Coral waterways?
Pontoon boat, jet ski.
Too many manatees.
Humanities.
Sailboat.
Barbara manatees.
Yeah, it's just more probably proof that America is the real. See, that's how far out there I am, where it's like people are like, oh, and then this country did this and that year. I'm like, I don't even believe the history goes before 1850. Like, what are we doing here? Like, it's me. It's not them. I know it's me. I'm the problem. I know it.
Russian propaganda.
Yeah. I'm like Rockefeller education system. Like the same way you're like, just to get out of line. Or like when I'm debating someone online, I'm like, all right, go have fun with your Robert Maxwell school books. Like, oh, I hope you don't have Epstein's DNA in you. God bless. But then people are like, what is she even talking about? It's the same thing as the frogs or not. That's how I try to be, where I want at this point, I want the people to get that if I say, and they're turning the frogs gay, they're like, Chaney's fucking on one. She fucking knows. I want the people to know. They're like, that was a good rant. They are turning the frogs gay. Boom. Like, I don't want anyone to be like, whoa, she just went to full clown zone. But we are into like more than two realities. They just keep trying to force us into the idea. Do you guys have anything to plug this week or anything you want to talk about before we fly out of here?
Blue avians haven't flown by yet.
The who?
The blue avians.
Yeah.
Avians, like birds with feathers, but they're an alien species.
Right.
So
I used to follow those accounts, but I think I got blocked somehow. So now I don't get to see a lot of the blue avian stuff.
Sure. And David Wilcock, may he rest in peace, no longer with us.
He was big in the blue avian, right?
Yes.
What is this?
It's David
Blue
Wilcock
avian?
and the blue avian.
I have to look into it.
Mm-hmm.
I have to look into it. The depth.
Gaia
They're
Network.
space brothers
Oh,
and sisters.
Gaia.
It's have you ever seen someone do what is it called, glossolalia?
Mhm.
Like the church version where they start speaking in tongues. There's like a version of
Or
that, but
Scatman.
they're tapping into blue avian aliens in outer space, and it's like I'm now tuning into blue avian, and then they'll just like say a bunch of nonsense, and then it
Right.
might be like a stream of messages, like I'm
Angel
channeling.
language.
Well, yeah, it's channeling in a way.
Angel language is a good example for
It is sort of a LARP, a live action role play, believing that, first of all, blue avians can be channeled and then becoming a channel for the blue avians, but then that ties together with so-called secret space programs. There's a guy named Corey Good. There was all of this material produced for Gaia TV. And the guy, Corey Wilcox, continued his YouTube channel for a while. And now he kind of reached as far as he could go. He hit invisible wall and ceiling and floor all around him, got into a corner, and then had to leave, had to exit. But there was also talk of his involvement with aerospace company, making some pretty cool spacecraft himself. He was director of advanced technology at Stavati Aerospace that made some pretty cool CGI graphic designs for spaceships. And here's the key thing: they were using the exotic propulsion. So I don't know if the channeling of the blue aliens paid off and gave them the blueprints for 0-point energy to put into their Stavati airspace designs. But that's sort of the most interesting thing to look at now, and I don't know if anyone's really done much digging into that topic. So the money invested into a company, and stuttering a little bit in honor of Alex Jones. He gets a little bit angry, kind of gets tongue-tied. That's something interesting to look into. Stavati, Stavatti, the aerospace.
The David Wilcox thing is definitely, it's just weird. I think everything about Colorado is weird. I think there's probably so many bunkers in the Rockies. Seems like the most logical place to build DUMBs, in my opinion. If I were the military and had a block ops operation, it's going to be under the Rockies.
But also, if you're the one that's behind the control of HARP that day, right? And the CIA, I'm just going to be hyperbolic, but the CIA is just like, you guys take a load off, like just do whatever you want. Have fun with HARP. Here's the keys. Dad's giving you the keys. Take her for a spin, bring her back in one piece, but have fun tonight, right? And I feel that if there's those guys at HARP that have access to like the V2K voice to skull technology, it's like, hey, let's mess with this guy. Let's just like do some avian stuff and beam like messages into their head. And then like if you're having a rough day, it's like, let's send some pretty negative messages today. And the question is like, that technology exists. there's a historical precedent of government-funded employees doing that, a la you and Cameron and the psychic driving program that literally would beam like a negative message into your head over and over and over again until it just seated itself. So, like, the programs have existed on a small scale. The government has the resources to do it on a big scale, and they have the technology to do the exact things that you would need to make someone think they're getting an avian message or getting like demonic thoughts or suicidal thoughts or whatever. Like, what if the pharmaceutical industry, all of those messages where you're like, why the hell would something that's supposed to cure my like stomach, like burn or something, like my heartburn, why would that give me a suicidal thought, right? Maybe it's because it like opens you up to like this like beam of information where like now you're also going to get the V2K voice in your head because you just took this heartburn medication.
You get your frequency right. Voice to skull is so real. And it also, I don't know, John Benet Ramsey's around that area.
And it's so old. Like voice to skull technology would have been something trivial to do in the 40s or 50s.
Yeah, I mean, that's Lucille Ball shit.
It's exactly, and the same thing I always bring up, the bone conductor. Like you can go on Amazon right now for $9.99, probably find bone conductor headphones. At one point, that was like a top secret Navy operation trying to figure out how you could have someone hear something clearly without having like a speaker system in their helmet that if water got in it and like all this issue with sound pressure, you just attach the speaker to their jaw and use their jaw as the actual like speaker. It solved all the problems, but that was like a top secret military thing at some point. So I mean, to say that's basically what voice to skull is. Instead of having a speaker embedded in your jaw, I can just send a signal that hits your jaw or hits the top of your head, and now your head turns into the speaker, and you're the only one hearing it. No one else can hear it but you.
Like standing at a podium. Look, nothing in my ears.
Right, yeah.
No hidden wires.
Peter, Randy's not going to bust Peter Popoff this time because Peter Popoff, if he had a voice to skull technology, you wouldn't really be able to tune into like a radio station and see the wire.
I would not be good if you were trying to talk into my ears and I was trying to read the speech you were telling me. I would not be good.
But you would be able to phase into just what you hear is what you say. It would you would turn.
You would become good at it. You'd practice and become real Obama with it.
Yeah,
like you'd literally channel it, and honestly, that's what makes me go back on. Maybe they're not all just these weird LARPing New Agers that are channeling aliens. Maybe they're just literally so good at that. Whenever they get the voice to skull hitting them, they can be like, oh, I'm getting a message. Let me just repeat it exactly.
It is an oracle accessing technology that they're practicing, whether it's Sonic the Hedgehog, Blue Avians, Ra, any god form, Egyptian god, whatever it is, the technology is kind of the same thing. And if you can get if you get good at doing that thing, then it could be transferred.
I agree. I think that like maybe the
skill set transfer
was just good at like receiving the voice to skull at the actual stream, but now we can make an artificial one. So how do you know if you're getting an actual message from God or if it's just the guy at CIA and Control a Harp is like having fun with you one day?
Jim, do you have that book by David Wilcock about Edgar Cayce?
I have a book. It's called The Source Code. Yeah. I got it years ago when I was kind of interested in David Wilcock, and it was a hardcover, hardback, and the source code, or the source field or something like that. And I open it up, and everything is upside down inside of it. So like
intentionally,
I don't know. I thought that was the big joke. I just laughed and laughed. Like the whole book is printed upside down, or the cover's on upside down.
Was it just the jacket? Was that upside down?
No, their jacket was took the jacket off, and the actual book itself was upside down. So it was very weird. And I've seen the bone speaker. Is that what it was called? The bone amplifier you were talking about?
Yeah, the bone conducting
conducting.
Yeah.
They came out with some lollipops like just within the last year, and they were selling it like a convention somewhere, and they would like have hit music, like a single, So you'd buy the single and you stick the lollipop in your mouth and you'd hear the song in your head as long as you were sucking on the thing, and then you throw it away when it was done.
That's the exact same technology, 100%.
Yeah, just insane.
They could make your knee hurt with this exact same technology. Like, it doesn't just have to be a thought. Like, if they can put a full thought in your brain, they can definitely just heat up your elbow.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, they can cause you a migraine. They can give you an orgasm. They can
Heart
they can make
attack.
you hear things.
And this is why sports are rigged and athletes are performers.
I know, and people are like, how would they rig every sport? Magnets and one ref. Like, I don't think it would be hard at all to rig sports. Even like LeBron James is still playing Y. And then everybody's on the court to coordinate this thing so he can break records on a certain date. Like,
well,
okay.
There's been plenty examples too where people have come out and said that the NBA itself, I'm blanking on the name of whoever was running at the time, but they would basically tell the refs like, yeah, these are the rules, but you don't call the foul on him. That's Michael Jordan. You don't call a foul on Michael Jordan. So there was also this level of the same reason that you don't stop a fight when Hulk Hogan is beating the Iron Sheik. The ref doesn't come in and like, wait a minute, you know, technicality. Like they're playing out this very specific role. Like, at least not the Hulk Hogan, you don't do that. So that on some level, sports are 100% rigged, because you don't shut down like the hero. You wouldn't call the same foul on like LeBron or on whoever ends up being like the next
Tom
sort of, like,
Brady.
big person.
Yeah, that is, it seems like they always need that kind of like Patriots. And then Tom moved to the Buccaneers. It was like, even in the storyline of each one of these characters that they put on a pedestal, you always get this storyline that also wraps into the Timberwolf that happens to be the mother of Romulus and Remus. Oh, by the Twin Cities? Like, I don't know. It just all seems like part of the story.
And that's kind of how I went full circle with sports, you know, collecting baseball cards. You know, people are interested in sports, so normal thing. And then it's like, well, sports are not real. It's just a performance thing. Everything's rigged, just gambling. But now realizing that athletes are performing in a live action role play exercise that appears to be
Now you're back in.
now I'm back in because it's more interesting.
And now those stats on the back of the card, like, that's the chance that they're gonna hit a natural D20, right?
Precisely.
It's all the same. It does say their power on the back of the card. And
It's,
then
it's a trading card game, yeah.
It's even like, I think that more people, everything is WWE, but everybody doesn't want to think that. Everything, the wars, the like ribbing, the sports, the who's dating who, what song they let you listen to. I just don't think there's a lot of people that like Kelly Clarkson was not picked as American Idol. They knew Kelly Clarkson was going to be the American Idol when the show started. That's how I just think everything is that thing.
Yeah.
And that season is a story of Kelly Clarkson confirming that she is the American Idol. That's her origin story.
So she can become the next Oprah. It's like,
And all those people who lined up to audition for it, and there's only one Kelly Clarkson, so that makes her even more special. That makes her record more valuable. That's why she's the chosen musician. That's the reason to support her. She's your American Idol. You voted for her. You won. She's proved it. That's why she's not in her bedroom making music, uploading it to SoundCloud. There has to be a process. Everybody can make music. If everybody can be a musician, there has to be someone that ordains them as capital M, musician, capital R, recording, capital A, artist. Wikipedia page, established. IMDb page, established. It's not a hobby for them. They're the professionals. They're the real ones.
They're the CIA. This is the other, it's like Tom Hanks, they're like, oh, okay, here's your Forrest Gump script. But then I also am like, does the CIA or like, you're going to marry this other actor named Rita Wilson? You guys are going to have 2 kids in this, or are they completely like dumbfounded when it happens. Like it's all like your friends playing a prank on you and you're just Charlie Sheen sitting in your house one day and you're the top of the world and the highest paid actor, and then Tiger's Blood, boom, like they're just like script change, hard left, you're arrested. Like, are they in on it at all? When sometimes I theorize, like at their little weird Baphomet parties, like Betty White does the dirtiest shit there because she was like, oh, she's so nice, she's the sweetest person out here, whereas Charlie Sheen is like treated like gold there. Like he's the highest tier of the party because he shamed the most out here with us. I don't know. This is the weird stuff that goes on in my brain because I just think all of it's fake.
Sheen is shiny and glossy.
I know, and he's an Estevez, really.
Mm.
Oh my goodness. Anyways, are you guys doing anything this week or that you want everybody to come and see you at?
No.
I'm starting my new job this week down at Columbia House. And I've got all your addresses now and a list of the things that you've done to Columbia House. So
You've got a warrant for current resident with your name on it.
Are you Postmaster General?
It would be so funny to send out a fake warrant to people where it's like, you owe Columbia House $162,000.
That's funny. That is funny. I like that. That would make a good like boomer millennial like birthday card.
Yeah, it'd be like, I'm writing off the amount of money I owe Columbia House on my taxes this year.
Is King Charles still in town? Is he still in our land?
He went like DC
Camilla.
to New York, back to DC to Virginia.
Arlington flying their flag upside down, the Union Jack. There's so much happening that it's hard to keep up with it all.
I will say that just in Florida biking shit, like if you were to go into like a club of the outlaws and you saw another sign and you were trying to disrespect that bike gang, you would flip it upside down. Like the ultimate sign of disrespect would be turning their colors upside down. And so that's kind of how I took it. But I don't know if that's just my Florida like biker lore head. Because the whole entire thing was having a whole bunch of like revolutionary soldiers in like dressed up, meeting him there and having red coats walk him up to the White House. Like the whole thing was kind of, and then Prince Charles gave Trump a bell, but it was like from a submarine that went, decommissioned, but it was like Trump 1944, but in slang in Britain, like calling somebody, it's like a word like bell done or something, but it means dickhead. So giving somebody a bell is not like a good thing that you're doing. I don't know. It was kind of funny. It was like watching two uncles that hate each other, but it was kind of curious to watch the whole entire thing. Like, it's like that. Do they have the same script? Do they know they're supposed to do this? Or are they just both on separate scripts for their, like, are they on the same hands or are there two different people? Like, I just am blown away watching all this stuff.
It's just another WrestleMania, essentially.
It is, but then all the little coding for me, I'm like, so we know Diana's like, these people are not human. And then Melania has snakeskin shoes on when she meets them for the first time. That is like, everybody calls them reptilians. Even if you were just to be like a little slight, snakes in the grass. For Melania to wear, any girl knows this if they wear heels. Melania wears like 4-inch pumps. Like she wears tall heels. Any girl that's going to knowingly step in grass is not going to wear tall heels. She didn't wear a platform shoe. She didn't wear something that would be easy to walk in grass in. She specifically wore snakeskin. Like that's the funny stuff to me.
It may be unfortunate timing, but I don't think even if it was unfortunate timing or unintentional, that they would be allowed to apologize, because an apologizing would bring more attention to it, which would create a deflection, which would create someone to say, see, she's lying to you.
And
Lizard
somebody
shoes?
else said that this is what I thought was kind of funny. Somebody in the chat said, "Oh, the shooter was Paul Revere, and he was running through the convention center to tell everybody that the British was coming."
No relation to AlanMarcus.com. That's a real web page. No relation to press dinners or attendees. He had a
That was
Cole
so
name,
crazy.
Alan Cole name or something.
There, that was the word. Belland.
Bellend.
Which
Two L's,
is-
two A's.
I don't think it's that. I think I just said some weird word out of my mouth. Like, I can't remember the word, and they're probably Belland. Say it like this. I think it's just one A, though. Like, oh, look at Belland. And I'm also have a little Southern sometimes when I say things. So I'll say like human being. And people are like, kidney beans? What are you talking about? I'm going to hang out with Snoop Von Poop tomorrow from the Phone Booth podcast. The Phone Booth podcast is more of an X show, I think. I don't even know if they're on YouTube or anywhere else, but they have a huge X audience. And I don't know if he's just one of the guys that's also on there, but I'm going to be on his show tomorrow at 3. I don't know if it's live, but
I got a couple that are coming up. I'm doing a Patreon only for my Patreon and also for Jules Grey Pill podcast. We're going to do a live rewatch of Sword in the Stone tomorrow. I think like 3 Eastern. I'll post it or whatever. So if anyone's interested in doing a watch of Sword in the Stone live, and then I also got a pretty important one coming up, an interview with Tanya Yakey, who was the wife of Terrence Yakey from Oklahoma City. He was a first responder, and he saw some things at the scene that were not going according to whatever the official story was, and then he found himself getting suicided in like the most obscene and like ridiculous way that it just seems like one of those obvious like government takedowns. So anyways, we have like a 3-hour long format interview with Tanya Yakey, and I think I'm the first person she's done a long format interview about this since she kind of got railroaded by CNN, and before that with like Time Magazine, and before that with People Magazine. So this is like the first time she's been able to get out like a 3-hour version of events and some information that I don't think has been released before. So I was truly honored to have her on to break all this down. And I swear to you, in this weird coincidental way, we ended up recording the interview on April 19th, which was the exact date of the Oklahoma City bombing. It just happened to be like it kept getting pushed back, and it was like, how about this day? And it just ended up being that day. So it felt like one of those weird Gematria, like planets aligning sort of things. So I'm really excited about that coming out. It'll air on Monday for free for everyone on YouTube. See if that gets taken down or not, but it'll be on YouTube at 3:30 p.m. on Monday.
awesome. You should put it on X afterward too, just because. But I do think YouTube has been playing nicer with most things lately.
I don't care if my YouTube gets demonetized. I'll just keep posting on there and on Rumble and everywhere else. So
That's
like
how
I'll
I
just
feel.
keep doing it. I don't care.
Yeah, as long as they'll let me have a place, it's like whatever. I'll keep uploading in places. But awesome. So you guys, you can also check out Thomas's tinfoil hat episode if you want the full...
Oh, that's right. I should have led with that. Yeah, I was just on tinfoil hat, Sam Tripoli. I gave them like a 90-minute breakdown of adrenochrome. If you want a deeper dive on that, the best place is probably to go to my X page and go to highlights, because I've got 2 mega threads. One of them is adrenochrome and pop culture. The other one is adrenochrome in science and history and like military documentation and stuff. So if you don't care about all of like the actual receipts, you can just look at the one that's got Starlight from the Boys. Or if you care about the science and the receipts, then click on the one with P. Diddy. It's funny to say. And then there's like a 20-minute documentary on the highlights too.
And you can go and look at an old episode, or not old, but just last week on Nephilim Death Squad, of Thomas in studio with them talking about bugs or demons, which is also interesting because then right after it, all the B stuff started coming out with the White House and the crown being here, and that was all symbolic. Like it just, you've been on it, like your timing with it. You figured out the Tesseract a little bit. But yeah, and you were on Sarah Tomato, Raging Tomato, talking about eugenics yesterday, and that was a
for
good
5
combo.
hours.
Yeah. So you guys, where can they find Uncle Ted Talks?
Uncle Ted Talks, several channels. Benjamin Balderson, that's a great place to go. It's also on Weaving Spiders Webs, which is another place to find shows with Chaney and Mr. Marcus Allen, Marcus.com, and myself. And where else can we find it? The Dudes, what's it called? The Dudes channel? The Deliberating Dogface Dudes?
Deliberating Dogface Dudes. Sometimes it gets streamed there. The links are on allenmarcus.com. There's archives to audio stuff. I know I had a really great episode. It felt like an old-fashioned Weaving Spiders episode, kind of an initiation. That was kind of fun. I think I texted you guys. I realized that it needed a title, so I sent you the title of it. Smells Like Weave Spirit, or there was a longer one named The Weave last night. Non-Euclidean Mobius strips, blood sport victor of Terobilium troubles. So if you're missing some of that old-time weaving, look for that episode in audio form on the Pod Home platform. It's linked on allenmarcus.com. That was a good listen.
Boom.
That's great. And I've got some old stuff. It's called RX Only Picture Show. And I did that on a channel with Sean Alger. The channel is SB Alger. And it's some of Tracy Twyman's very last appearances on YouTube or anywhere. She was a co-host with us for about 6 months, like immediately before she passed away. And it's pretty amazing stuff. Not a lot of people know about it. It's been kind of blowing up a little bit lately, but not very much. Still kind of low pro, but definitely recommend checking it out.
I'd say like Twyman's like a Van Gogh of conspiracy in a way. Like it's going to take a little while, and then people are going to find Mini Moose, and they're going to find Genuflect, and then realize like, oh wow, someone had figured this out 50 years ago.
Oh yeah, all the stuff she was talking about in 2017 is stuff that's kind of happening now. People are learning all about it the last couple of years. So
I think if you're like here watching this, even if it's like Saturday, Sunday, even Monday at work, you're probably on the floor of the building of conspiracy that you can probably handle Tracy now. Like, I don't know if there's every show you would tell people, but I'm like, if you don't know about Tracy Twyman, you guys would be into it. And she drew a lot of threads that I even see people like threads she connected back then. I'm watching where like we all connect threads. They're not necessarily your thread. Just because you connect it, it's not the one you hyper focus on. I'm watching researchers now hyper focus on some of the stuff that was just like said by her. And I kind of like that she's her own, like, yeah, there was Alex Jones on this side. And then there was this whole other thing that was happening over here a little bit. And Tracy's like French. But
she's amazing researcher. I was really lucky to work with her for as long as we did.
She was one of the few people. She got very esoteric in the way she was drawing a lot of like lines before everyone else was. Like there was this time conspiracy was just about government, and then it like branched out into a little more esoteric stuff, and she's in that kind of place. But I think the esoteric stuff needed to happen too, but Alex Jones was not the format you were going to get it on. People, even though they were watching him with Bohemian Grove and all this, they weren't understanding. They were just like,
well, he wasn't understanding it either.
yeah, like some gays in the woods is like running around naked. Here we go.
He didn't know. He saw it and he was like, that's Moloch. And then everyone was like, oh, owls are Moloch. Like it was like his own misunderstanding and all. If you even go and watch the original, you can see that he doesn't know anything about Bohemian Grove when they go there. It's all John Ronson. John Ronson's the one that knows like what they're up to, at least like a small amount of context. So it's highly worth going back and rewatching that, like OG Alex Jones, Dark Secrets Inside Bohemian Grove.
I think the Aaron Russo interview is the same way. That's the Alex Jones thing for me. That was my big Alex Jones thing, was just him sitting down with Aaron Russo's last interview. That's the guy that did Trading Places. And he was like, I hung out with some Rothschilds. They told me their script and I'm going to tell it to you on my deathbed. And it was pretty like, where I was like, what? And it's just this chubby guy sitting there with like a collared shirt on. I feel like he had a sweater and a collared shirt under it, like a dickie. But I don't know. Crazy times. And I can't believe now it's time travel. It's like, and now 3 decades later, and you're like, what? Anyways. All right, you guys, we love you so much. Thank you for hanging out with us for 4 hours. So happy May Day. And I think we dumped Osama bin Laden. I think we killed Osama bin Laden today. I don't know if we buried him at sea yet, but I think this is the anniversary of when your freedom was saved from Osama bin Laden. So you should be grateful for that on this May Day. All right. XOXO Gossip Girl. Bye bye.
Can you save us, Britney Spears? Can we be saved? God, why is Satan controlling the universe?
Here comes the world we used to think we knew is constantly exposing woo. Our possibilities come true. So what we do is call out to the good guys, good guys. Witches, widows, MAGA, mystics, entertaining cunnilinguist good guys. The forum of the quorum needs a secretive society to advance our philosophies intentionally, magically good guys. Conspiracy, sex, culture, Jamaicans, it's okay to change your thinking. Good guys, good guys, good guys, good guys. The world we used to think we knew is constantly exposing woo. Our possibilities come true. So what we do is call out to the good guys, good guys. Witches, widows, MAGA, mystics, entertaining cunnilinguist good guys. The forum of the quorum needs a secretive society to advance our philosophies intentionally, magically good guys. Conspiracy, sex, culture, Jamaicans, it's okay to change your thinking. Good guys, good guys, good guys, good guys.
You're still here? It's over. Go home.